guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressing Congress tonight.
It's a great honor for me to be at the U.S. Congress and speak to you and all Americans.
It is his first foreign trip since Russia invaded his country 300 days ago. Earlier on today, he met with President Biden at the White House. The congressional chamber nearly full as the House and Senate listened to the address that's been compared to British Prime Minister Winston Churchill's nearly 81 years ago amidst the threat from Nazi Germany and World War II. The continental U.S. entering this winter season with an Arctic blast.
Regina Kurak of Asset Living Property Management in Colorado Springs explains the precautions being taken for residents there ahead of the storm.
We had to send out an email blast, and then anyone that was gone and turned off their heat, they had to email us, and we had to run around and turn on their heat and trip faucets and things like that.
According to AAA, during the period from December 23rd to January 2nd, 112.7 million people are expected to travel more than 50 miles from home. Victoria Idoni reporting.
The IRS accused of being asleep at the wheel handling former President Trump's tax returns. That's the accusation leveled by the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. Oregon Democrat Ron Wyden said the decades-old presidential audit program is, quote, broken. The IRS reportedly only looked into 1 year of Trump's taxes while he was in the White House. In California,
as other states continue to restrict access to abortion, California will continue to be a safe haven.
Governor Gavin Newsom marks the sunrise of abortion protection in the Golden State as a voter-approved constitutional amendment took effect there today. The U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade 6 months ago. This is USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The embattled founder and former CEO of FTX is back in the U.S. Sam Bankman-Fried was extradited from the Bahamas Wednesday morning to face charges from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Southern District of New York. He's been accused of wire fraud, money laundering, and campaign finance violations after the collapse of his cryptocurrency market. Consumer confidence is up. A report released by business think tank The Conference Board showed the Consumer Confidence Index jumped higher than economists had predicted. This month's reading is the highest for the index since April. Football fans are mourning an NFL great today as the nation learned of the death of a Pittsburgh Steelers legend.
The man at the receiving end of the Immaculate Reception, 72-year-old Franco Harris, who played running back in the NFL for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Seattle Seahawks, has died.
Last chance for the Steelers. Bradshaw trying to get away. And his pass is broken up by Tatum. Tipped off! Franco Harris has it!
Harris's son, Doc, announced his father's passing overnight. No cause was given. I'm Lance Pry.
The Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame releasing its star-studded list of first-time eligible candidates. Several prominent first-time nominees of class of 23, such as Pau Gasol, Dirk Nowitzki, and Greg Popovich, among others. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, as I look at the clock, it looks like we've crossed that midnight hour here in the Eastern Time Zone. It means we wrap up Hump Day Thursday. We'll work our way into a 22nd day of December. As the countdown clock ticks away to Christmas. Who was it? Somebody said a few moments ago, who was that? Said 70 hours? Matthew. Good morning, Matthew. He joins us. He says, good morning, Steve, Kevin, the cat, and the overnight listeners. Stay warm. We're only 70 hours till Christmas. All right. Well, yeah. Got those last-minute preparations all taken care of. Yeah, my wife told me earlier she and my mother had gone out trying to take care of some of that last-minute business. And they're actually planning on heading out early tomorrow morning. Apparently, they got some loose ends to tie up still, but they got to get it done before the big storm. Yeah, we should be okay through the upcoming day. Rains will move in initially, but then, yeah, it seems like, according to the forecast models, right about the time we're kicking off our Friday morning edition here to close out the week and close out the year, essentially. Because Friday morning's episode will be our final show as we head into the Christmas break. But yeah, they said that the stores are just absolute madness. Like, for those last-minute shoppers, those procrastinators. Of course, the grocery stores. Everybody stocking up on bread and milk. So it is comical. They said there is not a loaf of bread on the bread aisle. Nothing. Wiped clean. Yeah, they'll probably get some shipments in during the overnight hours, but it'll be sold out again early in the day Thursday. I don't know. People are going to survive on bread and milk for the Christmas weekend, right? Undoubtedly, we've been advising, the forecasters have been advising, sounded the alarm all week long. I guess we can say it has begun. The system, in strengthening, intensifying. Snow has begun. From Fargo, North Dakota to Duluth, Minnesota, down into St. Paul. Snow is falling down into Sioux Falls. Yeah, snow is beginning to envelop portions of Iowa. Looking at some really intense snowfall, enhanced snow bands through much of southern Nebraska, extending on back into the Denver area. Lighter snow in Denver. Denver is a story in its own. They were in the 50s, literally hours ago. Yeah, I think I've got the full breakdown. There was, at one point, they had like a 37-degree drop in temperature in 1 hour's time, if you could imagine that. As that front is pushing through, they're going to be in the 20, 30 below wind chill range by the time the sun comes up on Thursday morning. Yeah, so indeed, this is an intense storm system, rapid drop in temperatures. So, forecasters say time is running out to prepare for this expansive storm that's going to unfold across the midsection, jeopardizing millions of holiday travel plans. The storm already affecting vast portions of the Plains and Rockies Wednesday, as this storm strengthens into a powerful blizzard over the Midwest between now and Friday. Travel likely to grind to a halt as life-threatening conditions unfold with this storm's high winds, snow, and plunging temperatures. Obviously, timing horrible. Have millions of people looking to finish up their shopping or head out for their Christmas travels. During the period December 23rd, Friday, tomorrow, to January the 2nd, in that time frame alone, nearly 113 million people were expected to travel more than 50 miles from home, according to AAA. I really have a sneaky suspicion those numbers are going to be much lower. A lot of people are changing or canceling their travel plans. At the same time, a lot of those are trying to get an early start, maybe headed out as we speak. Maybe we can get some updates from the drivers out there. Is it kind of crazy out there? People may be trying to get a jump, get out there ahead of the storm system. But overnight tonight, here we are, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. The worst of the travel delays will center on some major hubs like Denver, as well as Minneapolis, including Minneapolis-St. Paul International. They had already issued a temporary ground stop this past evening. Ripple effect delays from affected aircraft and crews will begin to expand across the country, even in areas not directly impacted by the storm. The strengthening storm coming out of the Rockies as we speak. Overnight tonight, snow has first begun across the Dakotas, Minnesota, Nebraska. It will continue spreading southward. Accumulating snow could fall as far south as Colorado and Kansas before the sun comes up here on Thursday morning. We've got an incredible number of winter storm watches and expanding blizzard warnings. Winter storm warnings in place from Kansas City to St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, and Minneapolis right now. Blizzard warnings have been issued for southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, western portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan. Further south, Oklahoma's governor has declared a state of emergency for that state's 77 counties, telling residents, when this thing gets underway, stay home. Snow continues to expand from the Central Plains to the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley on into the day Thursday. It's to the north and west side of the storm track. Could see 6 to 12 inches of snow. AccuWeather forecasters believe that that's going to be a zone stretching from northeast Kansas up into Michigan. Now, you get into some of the lake effect snow areas. We could be adding snowfall totals in feet. Yes, some could see 48 inches of accumulation downwind of the Great Lakes. Obviously, numerous major interstates will be impacted from 55 to 65, 70, 80, 90, 94. Yes, slow travel, or possibly even stopped travel. The quick intensification of this storm through the center of the country is going to be very noteworthy, even outside of areas that see the snow, as this storm is undergoing the bombogenesis, rapid intensification, which means winds in excess of 40 miles per hour from the northern plains all the way to the Texas Gulf Coast. Pockets of stronger winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour, are possible from northern Texas all the way into the Great Lakes by the end of the week. So the combination, the snow, the wind, nothing short of blizzard conditions for many Midwestern states, including the likes of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, portions of Ohio, Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, the broad scope of this thing. Now, blizzard warning officially reduced visibility, quarter mile or less, with snow falling or blowing, winds of at least 35 miles per hour for a minimum of 3 hours' time. Yeah, the term doesn't have anything to do with the depth or accumulation of the snow from the storm. It could be just blowing snow that's already on the ground. But there is a significant risk if you get stranded on the highways as these conditions rapidly deteriorate. Sudden change in visibility. You could see multi-vehicle pileups during this wintry weather. Snow could fall fast enough that cars or trucks simply become stuck out there on the roadways. Yeah, AccuWeather strongly urging motorists get that journey done before the storm hits. Now, even after the precip is ended and the winds wind down, impacts will linger for several days as this bitterly frigid air will be continuing. Blowing and drifting snow, hard-packed snow and ice on the roads will continue to make for horrendous travel conditions right on into Christmas Eve and maybe even Christmas Day for much of the Midwest, they tell us. Now, the winds and temperatures dropping, plummeting through the 20s, the teens, into the single digits, negative temperatures, and those incredibly dangerous wind chills. Precip in cities like Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, on over to Atlanta. It's expected to start off as rain, but you'll see that sudden extreme drop in temperatures that even in those southern areas could lead to some icy conditions on the roadways there. So the focus last several days has really been on the eastern two-thirds of the country. We saw some impacts, lighter impacts, in the Northwest earlier this week when the storm was first coming ashore. Believe it or not, we are now already looking at the next storm system as I scan the radar out west. You're high and dry from Montana through much of Wyoming, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, California. Everything's pretty much wound down from this storm that's coming out of the Rockies now. But looking off the coast, oh boy, lots of precip coming your way off the Pacific. you've got cold air in place. They're actually concerned about between now and Christmas morning, significant ice storm. Yeah, accumulating ice may be impacting a large area in the Northwest, which would also, you talk about travel impacts. Yeah, snow is one thing. You can navigate through snow in most cases, unless, depending on the depth. But when it comes to the ice scenario, the freezing rain and sleet, that really can shut things down in short order. So we'll give you more on that possibility again before Christmas morning arrives in the Pacific Northwest. It's almost like Mother Nature has it out for us this Christmas. She don't want us traveling, apparently. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, everyone. Yes, bad weather's coming to town. Everybody stay safe out there. I'm going to switch over from Facebook to the app. All right, good to have you on board. Philly Dan, you're actually looking at, it's pretty nice there. Where are you at? Probably in the 40s? You're looking to be maybe in the 50s this morning, and then look out. You're going to see a big change there along the East Coast as well. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Checking in from Troy, Ohio. Kevin on board. Be safe out there with the incoming storm. Merry Christmas, Steve. Got the show dog waving a hand from, is it Acomawalk, Wisconsin? I believe that's it, Acomawalk. Let's see. Roy checks in here. There's Marianne. Season's greetings. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Everybody, please stay safe. Copy in the mail. There's 5-7. Rochester, Indiana. Stepping to Muncie, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, and LaPorte. Yeah, that's Jeff. You got a busy schedule there. This is getting old, boss. Miss Millie is on board, wishing everyone a wonderful Christmas and a blessed New Year. All stay safe and warm. Haven't heard from you in a little bit there. I was thinking about you the other day, Miss Millie. Hope your recovery from the stroke is going well. And best to you for your Christmas and New Year. Good morning, Steve. Checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. There's Charles. We've got 30, cloudy skies. Kind of feels like a heat wave after the week I spent out in Big Sky country, Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. I made it home for Christmas, and I don't leave out till Monday morning, so looking forward to enjoying with the family and the friends. Stay safe out there, all my brothers and sisters. All right, Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. We've got 27 degrees up here in New York. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 49 degrees here in Memphis tonight. Getting ready to head east to the home 20 for the weekend. Wishing you, Steve, the family, and all the overnight crew a very Merry Christmas. Everybody stay safe and warm. Remember the reason for the season. God bless each and every one. All right, underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Pick it up there, Joe Self. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight listeners. We've got a chilly 32 here in Winchester, Virginia. I do believe Gilligan got the worst of the ice storm last week. Looks like I'm going to get the worst of the snow with this round. Everybody have a good night out there. Rock Pick checking in. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, wise old night owls. We're hanging in at 27, partly cloudy. Feels like 23 in Rochester, where I'm again awake at the keyboard. Second night in a row. Not easy to say a proper hello via my phone, if you know what I mean. So a proper Merry Christmas. One of the things I wish for in 23 is overnight drive on the weekends. Such a vital resource for those that are up after the midnight hour. See you on the radio in 2023. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, Rock Pick. Buckeye Boy, hey there, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 43 at this hour. A little misty rain right now. I turned my wife's brother onto Hot Shot Secret's Secret Winter Anti-Gel and the Stiction Eliminator for his electrical company vehicles in the Columbus area. I have no issues with helping Ukraine so they can protect their borders. I would, however, like to know what the billions is being spent on. As we all know, that country has a bad reputation for corruption, right? I'd also question why this administration would spend billions to help another country secure their border when our southern border is an open highway to slave labor, drugs, criminals, millions of illegal aliens, and up to 2 million gotaways. Things that make you go, right? Buckeye Boy, I know what you mean, 100%. Anyway, have a great night, and everyone stay warm. Be careful out there. Bill is on board. Bill says, my son and daughter, Brett and Melissa, are team driving the country right now. I wish them the best. Yeah, not a good time to be doing the cross-country thing with old man winter, right? Roy says, we got the winter storm warning till 6 o'clock in the morning Saturday here in Northwest Illinois. Linda, hello from Florida. Only 3 months. I like old man Florida in the winter time. Have a beautiful holiday. Stay safe for everyone. Steve, say hi to Chrome Nuts for me. There you go. Hello, Chrome Nuts, if you're listening at this hour. Let's see. We've got Millie, who says Governor Beshear has issued a state of emergency for the state of Kentucky this past afternoon. Yeah, we've got numerous states. I know Oklahoma's governor, as we said, issued an emergency for the entire state there. We've already got some advisories, and we're probably going to see more of this starting our industry headlines there in the state of Indiana. The Hoosier. Yeah, certain vehicles will not be permitted on the Indiana toll road. Yeah, starting later today. What do we have here? Thursday, the 22nd at 5 o'clock this afternoon, 5 o'clock Eastern time, through Saturday, Christmas Eve at the midnight hour. A winter weather travel ban will be in place on the Indiana toll road for the following vehicle types. All triple tractor trailers, all doubles, long and small pups, and all high-profile, oversized permit loads. No Indiana toll road, again, starting 5 o'clock this afternoon. The ban will be in effect from the Illinois line up to including the Ohio line at mile marker 156.9. Additionally, oversized or overweight vehicles cannot exit at LaPorte Plaza. That's mile marker 49. probably going to see additional advisories like that with this big storm. All right, about a minute before we hit our bottom of the hour, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Looks like Knucklebuster is going to be checking in first out of the box here on a Thursday morning as he continues to hopefully enjoy his Christmas break. He's been out there on vacation already for several weeks, and I guess you got a good 10, 12 days left. Not going to get back out there till after the new year. I'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Lots to cover, of course. Yeah, what's your take? Zelensky addressing the joint session of Congress report. I did not tune into it. Reports saying that he actually received a standing ovation from the joint session this past day. What did we have on the omnibus spending bill? I believe it was $44.9 billion additional dollars on top of all the billions we've already sent over there. And Zelensky gets up and is kind of pleading with Congress that that's not enough. Yeah, the president, I believe, also this past day agreed. There had been speculation of possibly sending Patriot missile batteries to Ukraine. That has been agreed on. Another several $1 billion in military hardware is going to be going to Ukraine. We'll address more on that. All coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Ukrainian president says the future of his country depends on us. During a rare and historic joint meeting of Congress, President Zelensky said Ukraine and the U.S. are united.
This flag is a symbol of our victory. In this war, we stand, we fight, and we will win because we are united. Ukraine, America, and the entire free world.
He presented a flag to Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi as the chamber roared. He closed his speech thanking the U.S. A massive winter storm moves from the western to the eastern U.S., the storm hitting millions on the first day of winter and at the height of the holiday travel rush. Municipal Transportation Chief Mike Oglesby updated reporters on conditions in Detroit.
Snow's going to be blowing over, so we can get a street plowed and salted and cleared. You got wind gusts coming by, it's going to blow snow back over.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Let's see. Let me jump up here and see if the phones are working properly. I just hung up with Beck. She's been trying to call, and she said it goes right to a busy signal. Let's see here. Knucklebuster, you didn't get a busy signal, did you?
No, sir. Sure didn't.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Good morning.
Yeah, I got right in, just like I in Tennessee. Tell them to hurry up and get this call out of the way because she's ready to go to bed there. I'd like to find me a weatherman and wear the seat of his britches out with a hickory switch. You know, we're supposed to be down to 43 in the morning, 51 for a high tomorrow, and Friday morning, 2 degrees.
2 degrees. Wow. Are you on your headset or are you on the speakerphone? Because you're kind of breaking up, Knucklebuster.
No, I'm on the headset. Not working right.
You never replaced that damn thing yet, did you?
I've got 3 of them here. I might pull another one out. I'll be real quick. Porsche is replacing gasoline with air and water.
Air and water. Hydrogen?
I'll send you. I guess that's what it's going to be. I'll send you the link here after we get through.
Okay.
This is some useless information. AOC swiped Republicans over not supporting the minimum wage raise, but she gets reminded Democrats are the ones that killed the bill, see? So there's no mystery to Meghan Markle and Prince Harry make 2 juveniles who can't deal with the real world. And I think that's about true as it can be. Big welfare handouts mean folks who stay home are living high on the hog off your tax dollars. Other than that, I just wanted to wish you a merry, happy, and don't get caught making merry happy day.
All right, Knucklebuster. Maybe you get a new headset for Christmas, huh? Or pull one of them other ones out. There you go. That's Tennessee. Knucklebuster needs a headset for Christmas. Get him a quality headset. All right. Well, we got most of it there, but yeah, it's in and out. Sounds like it's the earpiece. It was acting like that before we went on vacation. All right. Good morning, Stephen, the most informed audience out there. Cold winds, snow coming our way here in mid-Michigan. I've got 2 5-gallon cans of gas, all treated with Sta-Bil storage. In other words, it's ready for the generator just in case. Special shout out to Hillbilly Tex. I'll be tipping my Detroit Tigers baseball cap and ringing the jingle bells off the big I-96 at the Stockbridge Road exit, home of the biggest corn maze in mid-Michigan. Merry Christmas, Mr. Tex. Hope everybody can weather the storm here. Get home safe for the holidays. Hello to Gerald, Gary, Barry, Big Moose, Norman, and, of course, all the ladies out there. Merry Christmas. Always moving. Bolt, Eskimo Mom, and the many, many others that are tuned in. Please stay safe out there. Have another great show, and as always, Steve, Merry Christmas to all. There you go. All right, it is 844-3388. Is that Spencer, I believe, according to the screen, if it'll pick up. There you go. Spencer, hi there.
Hey, Steve. Hey, what has Ukraine done with all the money they got before?
Well, there are many Republicans that are saying we need to kind of stop with this blank check stuff to Ukraine. We need some accountability. Yeah, there are those questioning exactly that. Where's all that money going?
Well, there was rumors. I don't know. I can't back it up. It went to that cryptocurrency.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. It wasn't really rumors. I mean, there's absolute confirmation that Ukraine was putting money into FTX, and FTX was turning around and donating millions of dollars to various campaigns, both Republican and Democrat, they're saying. It wasn't just all Democrat, but most of it was to Democrats.
Well, I tell you, if he doesn't care about what they do with the damn money, then he doesn't need no more money. And not only that, what is Europe doing? How much have they given? I haven't seen no figures to say is how much England gave, France, and Italy.
Right.
Spain. How much have they gave? Have they not given anything at all?
Oh, no, there's been assistance coming in from many other countries. Yeah, like you said, I haven't seen any hard numbers as to how much, but there are numerous countries that have been supposedly sending military hardware and things like that. We're probably the biggest contributor. We're always the biggest donator when it comes to these kind of things.
There's an end to it sooner or later. So England and all of Europe had better get their act together here and start putting something on the border there on Poland and everything, or it's going to be too late. This is the same way that Hitler took over. He took over one country, and he took over another country. Everybody said, oh, he's not going to come into this country.
Right.
And he did, whatever.
Hello.
I don't know.
All right. Well, Spencer, good to hear from you. I'll see if I can pull up some of the other numbers. As I said, I did not tune into the speech this past day with Zelensky, but standing ovation. The report from D.C. His first visit, first time supposedly out of Ukraine since the invasion began, asking for more U.S. support. Yeah. Wearing his trademark olive green pants and his sweater, first met with President Biden at the White House, who urged Americans and the world to keep backing Kyiv in the new year. Of course, they're saying congressional approval for any additional aid will be harder to secure in the new year. Zelensky says, your money is not charity. It's an investment in the global security and democracy. Now, we've sent about $50 billion to Kyiv as Europe's biggest land conflict since World War II now drags on, 10 headed into the 11th month. Yeah, there are some Republicans who will be, of course, taking control of the House in the new year, January 3rd, expressing concerns about the price tag, first of all. But, yeah, they very well may hold up billions of dollars in aid starting next month. The world is too interconnected and interdependent to allow someone to stay aside and at the same time feel safe when the battle continues. These are comments from Zelensky. Now, he added that despite Russia's best efforts, Ukraine has not fallen. In fact, was very much alive and kicking, as he put it. Yeah, we have defeated Russia in the battle for the minds of the world. It was a standing ovation, I guess, at that point. Congress stood, cheered, applauded, shook his hand as he entered the chamber. Earlier, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced we would provide, here's another $1.85 billion in military aid. So that's military hardware, including the highly advanced Patriot air defense system to help ward off barrages from Russian missiles. Now, that's another $1.85 billion on top of the $44.9 billion that is in this omnibus spending bill, if that passes here. Zelensky continues to call on the West to supply more advanced weapons, from modern battle tanks to missile defense systems. But, of course, Western allies have been rather cautious, trying to minimize the risk of provoking wider conflict with Russia. Yeah, another kind of walking on eggshells. The fact that Zelensky came to the United States and held that, spoke to the joint session of Congress, I don't know if it was Putin direct or a spokesperson for Putin this past day that pretty much said any concept of peace talks is now out of the question. Ain't no way there's going to be peace talks since what transpired over the past day. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Beck was trying to call in. I saw you got a busy signal, so I just clicked on the screen. It's got a way to call back. Hello, Beck. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Well, doing well.
You ready for Christmas?
I think I'm ready. We've got extra food on hand in case we get locked in for a few days with this big storm.
Oh, yeah, isn't this a bear? Well, anyway, but I wanted to call in about the Hot Shots.
Yes.
I started using that 2 oil changes ago, and I use it along with the Gasoline Extreme, and I'm getting right around 40 extra miles per tank. And the car runs smooth. It's quiet. I love that stuff. But I wanted to ask you about the FR. Is it the FRE?
FR.
It's another stiction.
Yeah, FR3. If you started with the stiction eliminator, that actually has the FR3 in it. But that's got the cleaning properties to clean out the system. Once you've done, now that you've already done the stiction eliminator, when you get to your next oil change, that's when you transition over to the FR3. Just put the FR3 in rather than the stiction eliminator, and it'll cost less to do that as well.
Okay, so the stiction eliminator that I have left, then what do I do? I don't need that. Then I can just give it to somebody.
Well, you can give it to somebody.
I bought like the big bottle.
Did you? Well, the way that works is it's designed for maybe once a year. So if you change your oil, depending on how often you change your oil, like say every third oil change, you might use that, and in between just use the FR3. So hang on to it, and a couple of changes with FR3, and that'll keep your system all cleaned out.
Oh yeah, that car you can't even hear the car run. I mean, it's good, and it runs. I mean, I can just tell the difference. It rides so much better.
That's great.
But just wanted to give you a heads up on that. And I don't know about you or anyone else out there, but I think with this Ukraine stuff, I think it's just nothing but money laundering, in my opinion.
I have my suspicions. I mean, I'm sure some of it is going to the war effort, but I just have a sneaky suspicion there's an awful lot of money. And, the individual earlier that said, Ukraine has a really documented history, lots of corruption in that country. So we really, we need some oversight or accountability of where it's going.
Well, and I think the problem is, though, you've got both parties that you don't know who's owned and who's not anymore. I mean, just like with this vote on the omnibus. Now, what the heck are they thinking? I mean, how could they vote for this thing? You know, I mean, I was surprised at the ones that, well, I wasn't surprised at Portman. We all know what Portman's like, right?
Right.
But Tom Cotton, I mean, give me a break, you know? But anyway, I did want to call in about that. And I wanted to ask you if you're familiar with General McInerney and Mary Fanning, and, well, there's a couple other generals and colonels that are on every Saturday night online. They do like an intelligence briefing, and they give a lot of information how this is all connected and, you know, whatnot. But I've learned a lot from that. But I'll send you the link one of these days.
Okay.
I know they won't be on for the next 2 weeks because they're only on Saturday nights. The program itself is on Monday through Saturday, but the intelligence briefing is on like every Saturday night. But it's very interesting. And these retired generals and colonels, they want to come back. They want to come back in and they want to clean this up. They said they could do it within a week, you know. But anyway, I just want to throw that out there.
That's great. All right. Yeah,
So-
send me the link to that. I'm guessing, is it probably something is it on Rumble or what? Where do you?
Well, you can get it on Rumble. Yeah. By the way, you should get on Rumble.
We're working
your
on
program.
it. We're working on it.
Oh.
I talked to Josh this
Awesome.
past day finally, and he said they're actively working on that. Correct.
Oh, yeah, it is so nice. You can actually I don't know if you're familiar with John B. Wells. He used to have AM radio programs years back, and then a lot of the stations banned him.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let him come on because he put the news out there that they didn't want out, like we're going through now. Anyway, he has a YouTube channel. I believe it's either called Caravan to Midnight or Arc to Midnight. You can find him on either one, but I'll send you the link. And then you can also get him on Denver radio, AM out there. I think it's 710.
Very interesting.
Pardon?
You'd mentioned that, Beck. I've got in my hand a paper, the clock that we're using for this program that would be via the Talk Media Network. The clock we are using is the Caravan to Midnight clock with John B.
No
Wells.
kidding.
It's his clock, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So,
Okay, yeah, I know they won't be on the next 2 weeks because of the holidays. But before I leave you go, I want to wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas. Be safe, stay warm, and all your listeners out there the same, especially law enforcement and all the truckers that get out here and drive up and down these roads and put everything on our table for us. So God bless you all.
thank you so much. I appreciate the call back. Don't be a stranger, all right? I'm kind of odd for whatever reason, because I saw on the screen she had tried to call, and it said busy. And she wouldn't connect. You know, she said it would answer, get like a ring, and it would immediately go to a busy signal. So I clicked on call back, and I don't think I'd ever put her on the banned list, right? So there you go. Good to hear from Beck, though. 10 before the hour. We'll be back in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, jump on in here this Thursday morning. All right, Cap and Ron checking in. 47 degrees, a little misty out tonight from Tampa all the way to Valdosta, Georgia. Just checking in. Merry Christmas, Semper Fi. All right, let's see. Don said this storm's heading our way in Thunder Bay, Ontario. They're talking 35 centimeters of snow, minus 35 Celsius temperature overnight, actually for the next few days. Grab your shovel. Yes, indeed. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, rainy 35 in Dublin, Virginia tonight. It might get interesting on my way back to Winchester in the morning. Everybody keep a shiny side up. All right, Plowboy, hello there. Good morning from the Plowboy, wishing you and your family a blessed Merry Christmas. And Hot Shot Secrets, all the listeners, 48 degrees. It's cloudy in Decatur, Alabama tonight. Everybody stay safe. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas, Plowboy. Hello to Frank. Be safe. Anyone driving tonight in the Midwest, lots of snow. The winds are already kicking. John Dillinger, good morning from Alden, New York. Merry Christmas to everyone as I'm home recovering from the flu. Oh, boy. We've had a lot of listening friends dealing with that. Eskimo mom fighting the COVID this week. Yeah, Hillbilly Tex recovering from the flu. It's going around, right? Kangaroo is on board. Kangaroo, our rail line guy there in Montana. Good morning to all. We had 35 below air temperature last night. The wind chill was 72 below this morning. Yes, that's a little cool, all right? Everybody, please be safe out there. I'm going to go play on the railroad tracks. They said they're actually talking 48 below air temperature for tomorrow night. I guess, does that mean tonight? Because he's still on his Wednesday night, not Thursday morning yet. They're in Montana, but 48 below. Kangaroo called in earlier this week, and when they're in these kind of temperatures, I believe he explained he's got about 190-mile stretch of railroad tracks. He's got one of those pickup trucks where the pickup truck drops the wheels, it gets on the tracks so they can inspect the tracks. He said when they get these kind of temperatures, these incredibly, bitterly cold temperatures, amazing that even the railroad tracks, as thick and strong, the steel as sturdy as they are, they can just pop, they can snap like a twig in those incredibly cold temperatures. So they got to inspect the lines every day in this kind of weather. Hello to stay warm out there, Kangaroo. Good luck to you. Country Bumpkin checking in from Kansas City. Snow just beginning. We're currently at about 34 degrees. I believe that is, who is that? Is that Rainmaker maybe? Hello, Steve. Thankful for being here and not there. Yeah, that is Rainmaker in Thailand. It was cold here, like 51 degrees one night. Earthquakes and a bomb cyclone winter storm doesn't sound like a good vacation place right now. Yeah, all right, well, enjoy. So you don't really get there is no cold winters there in Thailand, right? 51, I'll take that. Couple of others here, let's see. Hello to Mike. Mike says, good morning. There's Hillbilly Tex. Steve, I was going to call, but I feel too bad. Still feeling rough, huh? Man, oh man. I just want to thank everybody for the Christmas cards, 76. Everyone who called and texted me, checking on me this week. Waiting to hear from Big Ed tomorrow morning and his niece. Yes, and that'll be probably go through our weather segment, and they'll join us about 12:30. I think that was the plan. So, talk a little bit about the Miss USA pageant and all that fun stuff. We're at the exit 81 off I-75. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Merry Christmas. All right. Feel better, Tex. Feel better before Christmas. Timothy, 35, a little bit of rain in Rocky Mount, Virginia at this hour. All right. So, Denver was in the 50s Wednesday afternoon. And the weather changed in a potential, they're saying almost a historic way. Temperatures dropped rapidly between like 4 and 4:30, going from 42 degrees to 5 degrees in that nearly 30-minute window. Wow. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Ukraine's president has ended his historic one-day visit to Washington with thanks and an appeal in his country's war with Russia.
Zelensky told a joint meeting of Congress, in nearly a year of fighting, Russia is definitely the loser.
The Russian tyranny has lost control over us.
The Ukrainian president thanked the American president, Congress, and ordinary Americans for support that has gone well beyond just arms. And he says Ukraine will never surrender.
We stand, we fight, and we will win because we are united. Ukraine, America, and the entire free world.
I'm Richard Johnson.
In the U.S., millions are braced for a winter storm and a deep freeze heading into Christmas.
I thought it was going to be busier. It's not as busy as I thought it was going to be.
We're heading back to Texas before it gets here.
We're heading in the wrong direction, though. We head right into the storm, so we'll see what happens.
Snowstorms on Thursday are expected to intensify quickly, creating gusty winds across the plains into the Midwest. The storm expected to pass by Christmas Eve. Wall Street closing with stocks higher as strong earnings reports boosted the market. At the same time, many people surveyed are striking an optimistic tone regarding the economy.
The consumer confidence index is jumping as we approach Christmas. A report released by a think tank Wednesday shows December's reading is the highest since April. The cause? Well, people seem to have a positive view on the economy and jobs. I'm Tim Berg.
Two of FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried's top executives now working with prosecutors. Former Alameda Research CEO Caroline Ellison and FTX co-founder Gary Wang pleading guilty to fraud as Bankman-Fried himself is extradited back to the U.S. from the Bahamas. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
More than a dozen state attorney generals are warning there will be a, quote, enormous crisis if Title 42 is allowed to end. The 19 attorney generals' warning comes part of a last-minute argument that asks the U.S. Supreme Court to keep the Trump-era immigration policy in place. Many Christmas movies are watched this time of year, and they could actually be helping us. Whether more modern or the classics, psychotherapist Dr. Stacia Alexander says they're good for our mental health.
To release those chemicals in our brain that helps us to relax and feel happy. And of course, that's what we need for proper mental health balance.
She's referring to cortisol, the stress hormone in the brain, and dopamine, which produces feelings of pleasure. Even with movies like The Grinch or Scrooge, holiday movies end well. And Alexander says seeing things end positively gives rise to the idea that things in our own lives can turn out positively as well. The president of the Pittsburgh Steelers says Franco Harris, quote, brought joy to people on and off the field, end quote. Art Rooney, the second, issuing a statement. Harris died just days before the Steelers were set to celebrate the 50th anniversary of his Immaculate Reception play that gave the team its first ever playoff win. YouTube in advanced talks to acquire the rights to NFL Sunday Ticket, the package allowing subscribers to access any NFL game on Sundays that's not blacked out due to a local broadcast. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, shout out to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. I don't think he's checked in on the Facebook page this morning, but I did see he made a post a couple hours ago. I thought I'd share what he had to say, because Lauren's a regular with us. He said, well, my year is over. It was a challenging year. My dad passed away on his 93rd birthday. I had a surgery along with back and cardiac issues and a strained relationship with a loved one. However, with all the challenges, it was a very good year. I continue to grow in my relationship with God, learning to trust in the Spirit over myself, which makes me a better person. Deanne and I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. 2023 has a lot of promise. It'll be a great year. Read Romans 12, 1 through 3, and always focus on raising up those around you and adding value to others. All right. I'm glad it was a good year, and I believe he said he's getting an early start, trying to get out ahead of the storm as they were heading over to North Carolina. So he wrapped up the year, I think, a little earlier than expected. Thought he was going to be out through the night tonight, but nonetheless, safe travels if you're out there tuned in this morning. Lauren, Deanne, Merry Christmas to you. All right, we got No Handle Dave. Sends me an email. First off, I want to wish you, the family, a very Merry Christmas. You do so much for all of us out here. We're very thankful for you and Chris and Hot Shot Secret. I'm sure you know Hot Shot Secret is doing the 12 days of giving right now on their Facebook page. And I was the lucky winner of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag pack. How about that? I guess that was an appropriate prize pack for you, huh? Such a great company, and I'm a proud supporter of all their products. Now to the weather. I'll hopefully be halfway through my day before I get to listen to the podcast. I'll be leaving a little bit earlier than normal this morning, hoping to get somewhat of a jump on this storm. But I'm afraid I'm going to be driving right into it. I'll be heading from Indianapolis to Rock Island on I-74. I'm not exactly sure what to expect, but I'm sure it's going to get worse the further west and north I go. Yeah, no doubt about that. No handle, Dave. Then I'll have to turn and head right back through it again. If the timeliness is correct, I think I should get back to Indy just about the time it's starting to change over there. Yeah, this is a long run on a good day. I got a feeling it's going to be a longer run today. I guess on the plus side, once I do get back, I'll be off till next Tuesday. Yeah, that one final run, trying to squeeze it in here. Good luck. No handle, Dave. Stay safe, drivers. Have a Merry Christmas. Oh, and just so Stanford University knows, I am a proud, straight American grandfather. All you woke wackos need to just go away and stop ruining our great America. All right. Touche. No handle, Dave. Safe travels today. Our number, 844-844-3388. I'll give you the rest of the story out of Denver. Lower 50s Wednesday afternoon. And things really began to change dramatically, as I mentioned before the break there. 3:53 p.m. and 4:35 p.m. A little over a half hour's time, about 40 minutes, right? Went from 42 degrees plus to 5 degrees. According to preliminary data taken from the Denver International Airport, the observed 37-degree temperature fall would be the largest 1-hour drop in the station's history. The previous biggest 1-hour drop was from 41 degrees to 6 degrees during the afternoon of January the 27th back in 2007. Yeah, the mercury continued to drop. They were below zero by 6 p.m. They will be at 16 below zero by Thursday morning. We're talking a total plunge of 68 degrees. Afternoon temperatures today, Thursday, will be below zero. Now, while Denver's used to frigid winter weather, a high temperature of 5 below zero would be the coldest since 1990, and that's all they're supposed to see is -5 today. Now, the wind chills, that's air temperature. Wind chills in Denver are expected to settle between 20 and 30 below zero. All right, elsewhere, wind chills, say from Rapid City, South Dakota to Scottsbluff, Nebraska, both locations could have wind chills at 60 below zero. In Cheyenne, Wyoming, the city recorded their greatest 1-hour temperature drop on record as well this past day. They went from 43 degrees to 3 degrees in 30 minutes. Temperatures were already beginning to drop Wednesday afternoon elsewhere in Colorado. A report of the mercury dropping 20 degrees in 10 minutes in northern Colorado, a fall of 15 degrees in 10 minutes in Bennett, Colorado, about 35 miles east of Denver. Dangerous cold and the conditions expected in Denver bringing potentially life-threatening concerns for residents. Frostbite can happen in as little as 5 minutes in these wind chills. If you have to go outside for any reason, forecasters recommend bundle up multiple layers. Make sure to wear the hat, wear the gloves, cover those hands. Travel will also be impacted in the Denver area, as well as throughout Colorado. 2 to 4 inches of snow in the forecast there. But before the sun comes up later this morning, for those early holiday travelers on the road, use extra caution. Obviously, it's going to be moving at a very slow pace. Denver, no stranger to rapid temperature changes. The National Weather Service in Boulder, Colorado, notes the largest same calendar day temperature change for the mile-high city took place in January of 1872, when a high temperature of 46 degrees that day plummeted to a low of 20 below zero, a 66-degree fall that has not been tested for decades. Now, in more recent memory, the largest drop from high to low in Denver was just a few years ago, October the 9th of 2019, and I remember covering this on the program. It was a warm afternoon. They hit 83 degrees, and they dropped to a low of 28 just a matter of hours later, a 55-degree change in one calendar day. September of 2020, a drop from 92 degrees at 3 in the afternoon, that was on a Monday, to 36 degrees at 7 a.m. the following morning. That's a 56-degree drop. Did not count on the list due to the swing beginning on one calendar day and ending the next day. But Denver, you imagine 40-degree drop in literally a matter of minutes. Back to the phones at 844-844-3388. I believe we've got Pup on the line. Hello, Pup.
Hey, how you doing, big buddy?
Hey, thank you for the Christmas card. Not many folks send out Christmas cards these days, but I got one from...
I don't know. I just like doing that. Well, I don't do that. My wife does that.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
Hanging with them. Are you ready for the cold?
Did you get a generator?
I did not get a generator. I did go ahead and get the big kerosene heater so we'd have some heat in the event of a power loss, but so we won't freeze to death.
Did you get some of that? They got some of that scent that goes in there.
Yeah.
And then it don't smell quite as strong and stuff. So, but I was wondering, because I'll tell you what, if we get the winds like they're calling for, I'm not worried about the snow or the ice. It's the winds.
Yeah.
But
as far as the snow, it's time and time again. I guess maybe it's the terrain or whatever. But here in Southwest Ohio, we're always like right on the edge of what's going to be significant snow to the north or south, and we're always like right on the edge. So they're right now. The models are saying maybe 1 to 3 inches for our area, but we're still under a winter storm watch because that could change. The winter weather advisory is typically 1 to 3. That's what we would be under. But I guess they're still saying we could see more like 3 to 6 if the storm just goes a little bit further to the east.
the thing you gotta watch out for, Steve, is that flash freeze.
Oh yeah.
And stuff. And I look for our company and most of the guys that I talk to on this line and stuff know who I work for. I look for us to shut down tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Keep everything stagnant till Tuesday and stuff. But I just wanted to wish you guys a Merry Christmas and all the family out there. I mean, it's just anywhere from text to Jolly Green and everybody. I just wish you guys a Merry Christmas.
All right. Well, enjoy your time off there, and good. Thanks again for the Christmas card, Pup. I'm looking at a video from the Wyoming Highway Patrol that they posted about 5 hours ago. The current view from a trooper's car in Cheyenne. Conditions outside, minus 18 degrees, 0 visibility. Please stay home. Now, it's the dash cam video, and it's about a 10-second clip. So obviously the trooper's not moving because it's almost like he's in the midst of a hurricane or a snow-a-cane. Literally 0 visibility. You could see the snow, just everything going sideways from. Can't see much past the hood of the vehicle. That's it. You ain't driving in that. It is 844-844-3388. Back into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, based on the what I'm seeing on the radar, that post from the Wyoming Highway Patrol from about 5 hours ago, that's probably the band that is right now pushing through south central and headed into southeastern Nebraska. So it's a fairly thin line, but I mean, the really dark blue color, which is what they call enhanced snowfall, coming down at a very intense pace. And that's the front, the winds associated with it, where you probably got your whiteout conditions in that zone there in south central and right along the Kansas-Nebraska line. We're headed into northern Kansas over the next hour or so. The snow in Cheyenne, between Cheyenne and Denver, much lighter now than it was, but yeah, batten down the hatches, folks. Good morning, Eagle. Yellow Eagle. All right. That's not the first time that's happened. Bargain Hunter, I believe, is on board. Or is that Doc? Who we got?
Come on, Steve. Are you telling me your computer's not working?
It says Eugene. Eugene, actually.
No. Oh, no, I said Big Ed and hello.
It says Eugene. Eugene, hello. And the previous caller said, hey, good holiday. So I thought it might have been Doc. Doc Holliday's actually called 3 times this week, Ed. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yes.
Man, he's on a roll. Is he going to be out here over Christmas, or is he going home?
No, he posted here a few hours ago. He's somewhere up in Iowa. I forget what city, but the snow had just begun where he was getting his tank cleaned out or something, and he was going to spend the night there, wherever that facility he was getting the tank cleaned out at.
Probably going to spend more than a night there. I guarantee you. You seen that? You mentioned that Wyoming video of that highway patrol showing that.
Unreal.
I mean, Steve, these are going to be some killing temperatures. It's a matter of, are you climatized to being out in that? The folks up north, it's like anything else. Your body's got to get climatized to it. And there's no way that we are climatized to what's getting ready to happen. And that's what makes it such a dangerous, dangerous situation to be out in it. And I'm all stocked up on bread and milk, and went and bought me a couple extra space heaters just to be safe, because I've got a big wall-mounted AC heater, like you would find in a hotel. And it does a fairly good job about keeping my garage apartment comfortable, but, I added a bathroom to it. And really, that's probably the warmest room in the house, because me and my cousin insulated the dog out of that thing.
That's probably a unit like I've got in the bunker here. Do they call them a slat? It's like the wall unit, and then outside there's a condensing unit that for heat and AC. But when I think when you get about under 20 degrees, it becomes pretty much like zero efficiency for heat.
Which I've got mine on the south wall, which we're going to be blasted from the north side. The only thing I find with it in the summertime is when it gets up above 100 degrees, it'll go to shutting off on me. So I'd have to get a water hose and put it on, spray, and then spray that condenser outside, and it'd cool it off, and it'd stay blowing, and it kept it real cool in here. So I'm hoping and praying I don't have no trouble with it, here for the next 2 days. But if I do, then I've got alternative plans. So I'm not going to sit around here and freeze to death, that's for sure. But I'm all ready for it. Oh boy, I'll tell you, I'm feeling old. Franco Harris passed away today.
Yeah, I saw that. 72, I believe.
Right, I think I was figuring I was 14 years old when he made that immaculate play, and I remember I was watching that game, and which I was a big Pittsburgh fan when I was a youngster, and it was hard not to be. 4 Super Bowls, Roger Staubach, Franco, and Rocky Bleier, and Big Mean Joe Green, I believe Lance Stallworth. Those were some good ball players. So I got to tell you, Steve, right quick, I think we're going to buy our way into a war with this Ukrainian thing. I really do.
I think Vladimir's pretty pissed about that visit this past day.
Guarantee you he's mad about it, and he's gonna step up his aggression, and I think we're gonna get sucked right into it.
Yeah, I saw one report where, I'll see if I could pull that back up. Putin vows to deploy the Satan II nuke because of the visit. If that happens, it's, I don't know, is it game over?
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. I really am. I just, for us to spend the billions of taxpayer dollars to get sucked into that, what's the end outcome going to be?
Mm-hmm.
So, how much money are these other NATO countries contributing to the cause? Do you have any idea?
Someone was asking that earlier. I know that there are many others that have been supposedly helping, but I have no idea to the tune of how much.
Not to the tune of
no.
How many billion? How much did President Biden say they were going to contribute? 1.6.
Well, we've already given over $50 billion. Now, this omnibus bill has another $44.9 billion. And then on top of that, yesterday they announced another $1.85 billion in military hardware. So we're approaching $100 billion.
That is crazy. That is crazy. You know, Joe McCartney, if I'm saying his name right, or McCarthy, is going to be, I guess, the leader of the House.
Speaker, taking Pelosi's position, yeah.
And he says they're not going to have a blank check.
Mm-hmm.
That remains to be seen. But I think we're buying our way into a damn war. I really do. But we'll see. That's what 2023 is going to bring us. So, anyway, Steve, we're looking forward to tomorrow night's call. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Did you get my text? Because I sent you the biography of her.
I know I got some pictures, and I think you had a couple of questions. She was asking, I mean, she wanted to link up to her social media, how to find the program. I mean, tell her the app thing is probably the easiest, overnightdriveradio.com, which you can download on the smartphone, Android, iPhone, or just the internet, overnightdriveradio.com. But we got to pause there. News break.
USA News Update. The Biden administration said Wednesday it will be releasing doses of prescription flu medicine from the Strategic National Stockpile to states as flu-stricken patients continue to flock to hospitals and doctor offices around the country. This year's flu season has hit hard and early. Some people are even noticing bare shelves at pharmacies and grocery stores when they make a run for over-the-counter medicines as cases have spiked. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimate that the flu has resulted in 150,000 hospitalizations and 9,300 deaths so far this season. Since her loss in the Arizona governor's race, Republican Kari Lake has claimed the election was stolen and promised bombshells showing she was the rightful winner. But on the first day of the trial in her election challenge today, her lawyers alleged small-bore problems that didn't appear to show the widespread intentional misconduct she would need to prove. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, real quick, back to, I guess, an obviously pissed off Vladimir Putin after Zelensky comes to the United States, gets a standing ovation from a joint session of Congress, billions on billions of additional dollars and military hardware. Prophet of Doom is the headline from The Sun. Vladimir Putin has vowed to unleash his unstoppable hypersonic Satan II nuke missile within weeks, as the Kremlin insists there will be no chance of peace talks with Kyiv after Vladimir Zelensky's trip to the White House. Now, is it saber-rattling, as they call it? Putin said on Wednesday during a meeting with military chiefs that he aims to deploy his terrifying RS-28 Sarmat missile, nicknamed Satan II, in January. The world-ending missile can blast targets at almost 16,000 miles per hour, meaning it has the potential to obliterate the UK 1,600 miles away in 6 minutes' time. Politician Alexei Zhirlov previously threatened to nuke Britain with the Satan II in a matter of minutes and wipe out Finland in just 10. The beast can also carry 15 warheads and drop multiple nukes in a single strike. Now, they successfully tested this back in April. Putin at the time claimed the missile can break through any defenses and would force those who try to threaten Russia to think twice. They provided footage during the launch Footage showing the enormous 115-foot missile being launched from an underground silo, triggering an enormous fireball. The missile traveled almost the entire length of Russia, almost 3,600 miles, in about 15 minutes. Of course, it comes as Zelensky made his way into D.C. to meet Joe Biden, address the Congress, seeking additional weapons, and more weapons in his first overseas trip since Russia invaded Ukraine. All right, back to Big Ed. There you go. That's the word from the Sun.
You know, that's got to be saber-rattling, Steve. I mean, Putin got to be smarter than that. Once you let that genie out of the bottle,
it's over.
There will be no turning back. It just, you pray that he doesn't step up to go that far. But at the same time, with all the defense, supposedly defense weaponry we're sending over there to Ukraine, somehow or another, the Ukrainians are going to escalate this thing to an offensive. They're going to get their hands hold of offensive weapons, and they're going to go into attack Russia, Moscow, so to speak, and that's what's going to get us sucked into it. Guarantee that's what's going to happen, or somebody's going to, I wouldn't put it across the Ukrainians bombing Poland or and I think they've already been accused of trying to do that once before, trying to suck some other NATO country into the middle of it, and that's how we're going to get in the middle of it. But I just think Putin's a little smarter than this. I mean, that's taking it up to the brink for the whole world.
Well, the whole prospect of guaranteed mutual destruction, right?
Yes. I mean, hell, we'll all be dead then, The whole world's going to get destroyed. I just don't see him doing that. I do see him trying to escalate it and to try to suck NATO in if they keep doing what they're doing, just to see where they're going to draw the line. So I think we're just buying our way into a war that, in my opinion, we don't have no businessmen involved in. That's just my opinion.
Right.
My opinion don't seem to matter to too many people. But I did get I did send her the link on how to pull your app up and put it on her social media. So hopefully she'll get that done.
Okay.
But other than that, we're looking forward to tomorrow night. And man, you guys be safe out there. That one gentleman, what was it, Handle, that's going to Rock Island or Rockwell. Man, be careful out there on them roads. It's dangerous. We're in a dangerous situation with this weather, and I don't have to tell them that.
Yeah.
Steve, I do listen to you until I get sleepy, and then I didn't get to hear old Doc this week because I guess I give up on the show and went to sleep. So
okay, yeah.
So I'll give you my 2 hours tonight.
Thank you much, Ed. We'll look forward to chatting tomorrow night.
All right, y'all be safe out there, and Merry Christmas to all the drivers. Talk to her now.
There you go. Yep. Well, he had something. We missed it. Sorry. I mean, that run from, what do you say, from Indianapolis to Rock Island and trying to come back to Indy, that's going to be a tough go. I mean, we've got the winter storm warnings stretching from eastern Nebraska, eastern Kansas, most of Missouri, pretty much the entire state of Iowa. I mean, it's a blizzard warning for the northern 2/3 of Iowa, winter storm warning for the southern reaches, almost the entirety of Illinois, Indiana, just the southernmost reaches of both of those states. We'll deal with the wind and the cold, but right now the models are kind of showing, as I mentioned earlier, right along the Ohio River line, Indiana, Kentucky line up toward Ohio. That's going to be kind of the dividing line. Lighter accumulations. You don't get too far north of Cincinnati over into southeast Indiana. They're going to see 3 to 6. And then right on through the heart of Indiana up into lower Michigan, they're saying 6, 8, 10 maybe. And these are all model depictions. Blizzard warnings for western Michigan, blizzard warnings again, Iowa, Minnesota. Yeah, back into western reaches of North and South Dakota. Gonna be ugly. All right, we'll get to Kangaroo in his beautiful, balmy Montana coming up first. Bargain Hunter. Morning, Bargain Hunter. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, before I get to what I wanted to talk about, I got my code. I wanted to thank you for it. And I got a 2014 with 118,000 miles. And since I'm kind of new with the Hot Shot Secret product, I have two vehicles. One is the 2014 Escape. That one has actually not 114, but 118,000. And then my F-150 has 82,000. What would you recommend for me to start off?
Are they both gas engines or diesel? What do you got?
They're both gas.
Okay.
But the mileage, I didn't know if that would matter or not. One's 118, the other one's 82.
All right. With the miles, with that mileage, both vehicles do the stiction eliminator with the oil change in both vehicles, and gasoline extreme for both vehicles. And you could maybe do you might get it's one of the shift restore for the transmissions. I'd recommend that with the miles you got there.
Okay, and that would be for either one, even though one's only got 80 miles, 82,000.
Yeah, you're high enough in the miles with 80, 100. I mean, it's going to be the same. Yeah, only time you wouldn't use stiction eliminator in a new vehicle. You know, if you only got 5,000 or 10,000 miles on it, you'd just go straight to the FR3, the friction reducer for the newer vehicle. You don't need the clean out, but with 80,000 plus, you need the full clean out in that.
Okay, because we did buy. My wife got a new vehicle, and I wind up inheriting her Escape. She gets the new one. I get the one with the 118.
Isn't that nice how the spouse does that to us? You get the new vehicle. That one's mine. You get the old one with 100,000 on it.
Right. That way, if it breaks down, I have to call her instead of her calling me.
Yes, sir.
So, but I was looking at actually watching the news where they were talking about the Trump, and I guess they released some of his taxes, where he said he lost like $21 million or something, and he paid $750 in taxes. And I was thinking to myself, I remember during the debate with him and Hillary, where Trump was stating, hey, you people been in office forever. You're the one that made the tax code.
Yeah.
So just because I'm the one that's doing this, I'm taking advantage of what all these Democrats have been putting in office for years and years and years. So now they want to cry about it because they say he's only paid $750. But if you're legally taking all the deductions, they're the ones that made the tax code, why are you complaining that he only paid $750 and they're like, oh, you're not paying your fair share? Well, the other ones are probably doing the same thing. If I had that much money, of course I'm going to go out and pay the best guy so I can pay the least amount of taxes. Isn't that what anybody would do?
Last I checked, anyone and everyone, yes. I mean, he's not filling out his own taxes. He's paying accountants and tax guys to do, and that's their job. That's what you hire them for. When I get a hold of Dean Michael to take care of my taxes, I'm expecting and hoping Dean has the knowledge to take as much deductions as possible, so I have to pay the least amount.
That's what I agree. I always said, if you're the ones creating this tax law and these tax loops and everything else, then take advantage of them. As long as you're doing it legally. That's the way I look at it. And now, if they don't want to go to that flat tax rate, because then technically, yes, where they keep saying the rich will have to pay their fair share, go to the flat tax rate. But no, the Democrats don't want to do that one for the simple fact that they won't be able to take all these millions and billions of dollars deductions that they can do. So that was just what my 2 cents was about with the Trump. It's like, you know what? Quit nagging on the guy. He's doing exactly what y'all created. So, But other than that, wishing everyone out there a Merry Christmas and be safe. That's it.
Good to hear from you, Bargain Hunter. Thank you for checking in, and Merry Christmas to you as well. Head out to a nice, balmy Montana. What are we checking in with? 20, 30, 40 below? Where are we at, Kangaroo?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing all right. Hanging with them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'd like to heard from old Doc Holliday. Haven't seen him or talked to him for many years. I go back at the Mid-America Trucking Show. We used to hang out over at a particular parking lot. But, yeah, bring back some good memories.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, we had 35 below zero straight temperature this morning with 72 below wind chills. And depending on which forecast you look at, if they're going to be correct about tomorrow night, anywhere from 40 to 52 below zero straight temperature without the wind chill. So yeah, it's a little cool, all right. But like I said the other day, it keeps the riffraff out. And by the way, I did get a bunch of busy signals again. It kind of reminded me the days of calling in on what do they call that, terrestrial or radio back in the day. So yeah, the other night I called in too. I had the same thing. Got a bunch of busy signals, and could be, I don't know if it's anything like the old days where the lines are tied up or whatever. But
all I know is for when Beck was trying to call earlier, the only call that I had on hold was Knucklebuster. So I've got five lines available for callers. And so I knew there was a problem there. And, of course, the number showed up on the screen, so I was able to click on call back for her. So I don't know if you're otherwise, if we've got 5 on hold, you'll get the busy signal. And that's happened a few times this week. So right now we got like 3 lines tied, so there's several available.
You bet. Well, yeah, we had a little, I don't know, about 6 inches of snow. And, of course, up here in the Great White North, the wind always blows, prevailing west winds, and so you might get 6 inches, and it'll be bare ground, and then you'll have 2 or 3 feet elsewhere. Like that truck that was buried over there in that truck stop there in North Dakota. But yeah, winds really howling up here. If by chance anybody's up in this part of the country traveling US Highway 2. East-west there, that north lane, that westbound lane is getting pretty drifted in. So it's definitely a little hairy, even in the heavy 4-wheel drive railroad pickup here. It gets a little squirrely. So definitely be careful out there for sure.
Right.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch base. We're going to go play on the tracks. Remember, we talked about the rail break-in and stuff the other night. I think between Plentywood, Montana and Havre, Montana, we had 7 broken rails.
Wow, so, really?
Yeah.
I mean, broken to the point where if a freight train were coming through, would it derail or just?
No, and It happens a lot of times under a heavy train, so you got the dynamic forces, and I don't know to kind of explain it. To understand railroads, the rail is a living, breathing animal. It moves all the time. Expansion and contraction and I mean ties and everything. It all moves. Mm-hmm. So you got the dynamic forces of the train pushing the rail, just like I don't know anybody watch Ice Road Truckers, pushing the ice if you go too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of does the same thing with the rail, compared to that. But a lot of times it'll happen under a train, and no, it very, very seldom derails a train. It'll tick up an indication. I'll see it on my computer screen and go out and look at it. Like say we put joint bars on it, put some bolts in it, and I can run trains at 10 miles an hour across it. I've run them across a 7.5-inch gap before, as long as I got joint bars on there. I'll walk them across there and watch every axle over the brake.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's got to be a pretty significant brake to derail a train. I mean, it happens all. I won't say all the time, but it is somewhat frequent, especially up here in the north. Where our rail temps will fluctuate 225 degrees between the extreme of summer and the extreme of winter.
Wow.
So that's a lot of flex in the steel.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and with 40 and 50 below air temperature, that's cold steel.
Yes, and those folks who say windshield doesn't affect anything, well, they probably never drove a semi that's faced into the wind. They're with one fuel tank and have it gel up or touch steel. Don't stick your tongue on it. Don't forget that.
Right.
Think about doing.
Don't stick your tongue to the rail when it's 40 below.
That's right, or any other part of your body, because it wouldn't be good. But we'll get you educated up on some of this railroad stuff there, Steve.
Very good. Well, Merry Christmas, Kangaroo. If we don't talk tomorrow night, be safe out there and stay warm, if that's possible, when it's 50 below. All right, what do we got here? Let me jump on down to, we'll play catch-up here. Long time, no talk. Hello, Larry.
Well, good evening. It has been a long time since I've taken this new job that I don't start work until 7 o'clock in the morning. So, do you know what I'm doing now, Steve? I'm not sure if I've told you.
The last I thought you were working with the cleanup company that goes in after like flooding or fire, or was that it? Or
Yep, that's it. It's called 1-800-PACK-OUT. So after a fire, the crews go in and they pack up everything, take it to our facility in Woodlawn, clean it, store it until the house is rebuilt, and then take it back. And I'm just leaving Miamisburg, Ohio, heading back to home in Harrison. And a family had a bad fire, and the wife had just went to work. She's a nurse, and the husband was about to go to sleep, and he heard some noise in the basement, and something started the fire. Still under investigation, but the sad thing is, this house, they must have a lot of family members loaded with Christmas presents, all destroyed now, and it's just a heartbreak. Steve, I guess, the blessing for me is I've been around the fire service for 50 years, and to be able to help these folks understand the process now, be with them through their tears, and help them understand that nobody got hurt today, nobody died, and not everything is replaceable, but nevertheless, their life can go on. They'll be working with an adjuster, and it's going to be a disruption, but what I've seen, family members really come together in this situation and help each other out, and it's great.
Well, I guess
motorcycle club that I just go ahead.
I was going to say, like you said, I guess at least as far as the Christmas presents are concerned, the tangible items, that's mostly can be replaced. I mean, if you've lost photographs and things of that nature, memories can't be saved like that, but most things can be replaced.
In all the years I've been in the fire service before I took on this job, I've been the guy that said to somebody, you're blessed. Nobody got hurt today. Nobody died. This is all replaceable. Well, I've found out in the last 8 months that's a lie, because they go in, they find out grandma and grandma's wedding photos are destroyed. The kids' first communion pictures are destroyed. Their Little League trophies are destroyed.
Right.
And those are heartbreaking situations for people. And you just never think about that until it happens to you. Or, like I say, in 50 years in the fire service, I never realized when we pull away with that fire truck, the heartache that those folks are going to go through with those family mementos that are not replaceable. See, Steve, I don't know if you saw the news, the local news in Cincinnati, but the motorcycle club Fire and Iron just made Christmas for a lady in Northbrook that single parent with 2 special needs kids. She works at Walmart, so she's making enough money to survive, but not enough money to really take care of the family for Christmas. So with Colerain Township Fire Department, we brought a truckload of gifts for the family. And it's kind of really, really cool to be involved in something like that.
How about that?
Exactly. And I've missed the show, Steve. I'm telling you, all the cast of characters, and as I was just listening here, coming down 75, to some of the names that I haven't heard in the last 9 months, I guess.
Yep.
So it's been a minute.
According to what I'm seeing on the screen, looks like the last time you dialed in was maybe June the 24th. That's what it's showing there. So, yeah, early, probably just before the 4th of July weekend there. Maybe chimed in to say hello. But, hey, we got to pause there as we close out hour number 2, a Thursday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The Ukrainian president told a rare joint meeting of Congress parts of his country are soaked in blood. During a rare joint meeting of Congress, President Zelensky said Russia has many more weapons, but his defense forces stand. This is his first foreign trip since Russia invaded his country 300 days ago. Rich Johnson has more.
Zelensky told a joint meeting of Congress, in nearly a year of fighting, Russia is definitely the loser.
The Russian tyranny has lost control over us.
The Ukrainian president thanked the American president, Congress, and ordinary Americans for support that has gone well beyond just arms. And he says Ukraine will never surrender.
We stand, we fight, and we will win because we are united. Ukraine, America, and the entire free world.
I'm Richard Johnson.
The IRS is accused of being asleep at the wheel handling former President Trump's tax returns. That's the accusation leveled by a chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Oregon Democrat Ron Whedon, insisted the decades-old presidential audit program is broken. Lynn Tracy is being confirmed as a new U.S. ambassador to Russia. This comes the same day Ukrainian President Zelensky is visiting Washington. Tracy is taking over at a pivotal time as U.S. relations with Russia are strained. The final defendant is pleading no contest to crimes connected to the 2021 shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker. Jennifer McBride is pleading no contest in the Los Angeles courtroom to receiving stolen property. She's getting 2 years probation. Flight delays and cancellations are mounting across the U.S. This comes as a major winter storm rolls through the country. Over 800 flights will be canceled Thursday, but that number is expected to rise. As the bad weather surges, some airlines are already issuing waivers for passengers to reschedule their trips after the storm passes. This is USA News.
This view was worth the hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yup, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
The House committee investigating last year's attack on the U.S. Capitol is releasing interview transcripts of witness testimony. On Wednesday, the panel made public transcripts of more than 30 witnesses who were interviewed as part of the probe. They included testimonies from former President Trump lawyer John Eastman and far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. The co-founder of cryptocurrency exchange FTX and the former CEO of Sam Bankman-Fried's hedge fund are pleading guilty to fraud. Former Alameda Research CEO Caroline Ellison and FTX co-founder Gary Wang are cooperating with prosecutors with Embattle founder and former CEO of FTX Sam Bankman-Fried, now back in the U.S. after being extradited from the Bahamas. Ellison and Wang were charged in connection with their part in the frauds that were part of the FTX's collapse. The rosters for the 2023 NFL Pro Bowl games are out. The league-leading Eagles lead the way with 8 selections, including quarterback Jalen Hurts and wide receiver A.J. Brown. The Cowboys and the Chiefs are next with 7 selections apiece, followed by the Ravens and 49ers with 6 each. The week will be capped off with a flag football game on February 5th in Las Vegas. The NFL announced earlier this year the traditional Pro Bowl game will no longer be played, and it was replaced by the Pro Bowl games. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced late Wednesday that he successfully formed a new coalition, setting the stage for him to return to power as head of the most right-wing Israeli government ever to hold office. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, back at it here. Another hour as we work our way into a Thursday, time zone to time zone. We cross over the midnight hour in the, I guess that would be mountain time zone now, right? Welcome welcome aboard. All right, get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Get you back to your calls. I had put Larry on hold. I guess he had to go take care of business. Obviously, I'm sure you're still listening, Larry. Great to hear from you. And I just had a visit at the secret bunker from a friend of yours and mine. Pappy came by to say hello. Did a little smoke break. So Pappy says, "Hello, Larry." All right, he didn't realize you were back in town. So you're not too far. You live around the corner essentially now. All right, from CDL Life under the industry headlines, one EMT lost his life, another hurt after a semi-truck struck an ambulance responding to a previous medical emergency in Wyoming this past day along I-80. According to the Casper Star-Tribune, the ambulance was attempting to respond to a medical emergency on the interstate when it was struck by a semi. The force of the impact killing one and injuring another EMT. Not clear if the truck driver was hurt, but I-80 between Rawlins and Creston Junction was closed at about 10 a.m., and didn't get reopened until sometime about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, no one hurt after a semi slipped on the slick roads, crashing into a house in Minnesota this past morning. Actually, Tuesday morning, after the snow was falling, the road on Churchill, everything getting slick, right, which we're going to be seeing a lot of that, snow-covered. And according to the fire chief, the semi came around the corner, couldn't make the corner. Partially slid off the road, went over a boulder, and slammed into the side of the house. Now, the fire chief just happened to be on his way to a department meeting when he saw the truck miss the turn and smash into the house. He said, "It's not the first time this home has been hit by vehicles after being struck by several cars and semi-trucks." The homeowner had put massive boulders in front of the house to hopefully stop vehicles. But in this recent truck wreck, the rig just apparently moved one of the boulders about 5 feet, then rolled over it. And looking at some of the photographs, you can see big cracks, a big brick building, a big 2-story, and there's massive cracks. It's probably going to be condemned after the latest semi-strike. Be careful on those slick roads out there. Good morning, Rubber Duck.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
And you as well. Are you back to the home 20 now?
Well, I had to go pick the truck up this afternoon and go load up 5 cars that were just so important to go to, like you've seen it, all over Indiana. Oh, I feel like a mailman. However, it gave me ambition to outfit the Jeep with a winch and the winch bumper and the lockout kit and my jump boxes and sign up with one of the Motor Club apps. And so when I get home and it has the Snowmageddon or whatever, I'm going to go to see what I could do just to be a reasonable fair fellow to the Motor Clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And let the tow trucks tow. I'll let the tow trucks go out and tow, and I'll get the people, started or pulled out of the little driveways a little bit. If it's too much, I'm man enough to say, hey, I can't do it. Call the record company. I talked to the kid in town that's got the big record company. He welcomed the idea because he's doing a little more heavy service work, service truck work than he is cars. So the people are kind of sitting a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Right.
And start a little business on our own. Because I priced a rollback, and man, that's not happening. $130,000 for a new one, just a bare bones. Not the way you want to build a little 5,500 Dodge 4-wheel drive or Ram, Fiat, whatever it is. I got back and I had to go hook everything back up, and the hydraulics froze up on me again. The decks don't want to lift up right now, so I had to try to pour some gasoline antifreeze down to see if there's any ice or something that may be built up in the decks. We got 2 cars off, and I put his fuel treatment that he uses as another brand that's not a sponsor, and I guess this is going to be the test. It could be I told you so, because I've told them to explore the options with our product, the Hot Shot Secret.
Mm-hmm.
I swear on it because of that one California truck we brought back last year, and we were having some issues because it had a DPF filter on it before, but they were able to take it off because it was pre-emissions, but the injectors had some misses, and we were able to clear that out, and then it made its first winter, through and hadn't froze up, and it's actually running its second winter, pulling the trailer for the little wrecker guy. They lost the freezer at a Walmart about 6 months ago, and they've not been able to get parts and get it rebuilt and everything. So they've been fueling sea containers and reefers to keep our food and everything cold for our Walmart.
Yeah.
So I went in tonight, and there was no milk, no bread, no toilet paper. Plus, there was also about 900 gazillion people in line, and I just realized that I had some heater meals and some canned crab meat that my dad had hidden away, and one jar of Miracle Whip I brought with me, and I just figured I'd make something out of that.
Did you say heater meals? I hadn't heard that.
Oh, yeah.
Do they still make those things?
You can get them online. They're not carrying them in the truck stops like they used to. But yeah, dude, the lasagna was the bomb, and the pinch the noodles and the beef was okay. But I remember getting snowed in. This was September 22nd, probably 2008, in Wyoming. And I remember pulling in the scale house wearing shorts because it was 80 degrees in freaking Nebraska. And the guy at the port of entry said, "I hope you got your clothes with you." I said, "Well, yeah, I got a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt." He goes, No. You ain't got your winter clothes? Well, no, I got my chains, but no, I got a pair of coveralls. That's it. He's like, "Well, it's going to snow across there." No, it's not. I went on up, went to bed, got up about 2 a.m, started across. Well, about 2 days later, I got out of Wyoming with about 5,000 pounds of snow all over the cars. That was a horrid mess. One of the first times I got stuck snowed in. And one of the few. It just play it by ear and watch it. Right now, I'm like I said, I'm sitting trying to let some stuff soak in so I got a deck behind the cab. I can't get slid out. I can't get that car out of there. Mm-hmm. I'll just try to do. That's why I asked if we had a hydraulic treatment or something for what we had. But we'll stay warm. It's 30 on the thermometer right now. There's nothing on the ground. Nothing coming out of the sky. Quiet. I'm looking over at 31 behind me, and there's nothing coming down the road.
No, if you said did you say you had to take those cars to Indiana?
Well, I am I drove home in my Jeep, and Dad gave me a RAV4 that I sold to my boss's brother that owns a little used car lot in town. A 10-year-old Toyota RAV4 with 24,000-ish miles on it. It was below 24. And they told me that boss says, "Oh, I got somebody to pick it up." He cut the rate by $200 of what I was expecting to pay for the car to get it shipped. I couldn't believe that. And they picked it up this morning, and it should be up here. Hopefully, the storm's coming, so I don't think he's going to bring that one up. But I couldn't get 2 cars up, so I just drove my Jeep up, and I had like an 800-mile day in the Jeep to get home. It was proof. It was proof that you don't need an e-log. You can just take naps, and you're okay. But then today, I couldn't get out of bed till about 10 o'clock this morning.
Right.
Wednesday morning. She's like, "It's trash day." Oh God. And then he's like, "Hey, I got cars for you to run." Oh, okay. And where are you at? "Oh, I'm in Florida." "Oh, I couldn't stay with Mom for Christmas because you had to come down." That's why I said I just had about enough. So we'll see how the little winch.
There you go. Well, I was just going to say, not a good time to be headed toward Indiana because, you'd be running into the belly of the beast, the big storm. Yeah, because most of that state under a winter storm warning, especially central and northern portions of the state. You're going to see the heaviest accumulations there. But all right, I digress. Back at it. Good to hear from you, Rubber Duck. And it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, indeed, we have several lines available here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, I hadn't checked my my Facebook post in about an hour. Hey, I see you did check in there, Pappy, 32 in southwest Hamilton County. Turning in a tad bit late, but Merry Christmas to all the nocturnal listeners out there to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Going to make a pit stop at 0200 smoke break, if I can find the secret bunker. Everybody stay warm and hunker down. Thank you much. Let's see. Good morning from the Michigan Mad Band. Just parking my truck. We've been trying to get as many loads out as we can before that storm hits tomorrow night. Because I can think this time tomorrow night, it's not going to be much fun out there. And hopefully I'll be back at the home 20 by then. Yeah, it's not going to be a good time to be out playing in this storm. Hired Gun is in the house waiting for the cold to arrive here in northwest Georgia. Let's see. John is on board. Painted side stays on top, drivers. Yeah, what do we see? Cletus Snow How long have you been in YouTube jail? Cletus, we've been in YouTube jail for weeks, and I don't know that we'll ever get out. And if we did get out, we'd probably be right back in. Yeah, this woke society, you can't have a discussion about anything. So, yeah, I mean, I did talk to Josh finally this past day, and that's when he told me that we are working on the Rumble thing. We talked about it off and on for a long time, but yeah, now we're actually looking at getting things up and running there. So we'll let you know about that. But he said something about the communication he got from YouTube said that this suspension is supposed to expire like in February or so. I said, yeah, February? What? I said, and if it does expire and we get back on, give it a day or two and somebody will probably drop a dime, giving a complaint about something a listener says. It's useless. All right, good morning to Billy. Morning, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. Folks, getting ready to ride this rainy day in eastern North Carolina. Everybody stay safe. All right, it is 22 past the hour. See what we got going with 5-7 this morning. Happy Thursday.
Hi, happy Thursday. Now, this is your swan song tonight, right?
Well, I've still got Thursday night.
Tuesday morning?
Still got Thursday night, Friday morning. We got one more show tomorrow night.
Okay, good deal. Okay, well, guys, jump in here, buddy. If you want to say Merry Christmas, got tonight, or this morning and tomorrow morning. I finally got to see the video of that bridge expansion that was hit by the rail, the rail
train.
car.
Yes.
Yet, very preventable. Number one, there should have been a law enforcement, under the light, stopping traffic, and they'll do it for a funeral. So, they needed to hold up, made sure they got law enforcement there to, make sure they got that thing across the railroad tracks. Never stop on a track, number one. Number two option is to call that little blue sign on the pole. And now here's my question for the railroaders that's listening. Is that a violation of some kind? But I'm pretty sure they would rather you call that little blue sign, give it says the location right there, give them the information and find out if you have time to make it through there safely, or if there's an engine bearing down on that crossing anytime soon. And, I'm pretty sure they would, at that time, they would have much rather told that trucker and that escort, hold up, our train will be through there in the next 15 minutes. And I'm pretty sure, they would have been a whole lot more appreciative.
He was hauling a 170-something foot expansion or whatever it was. So I don't know how far past. So, his cab's he's crossed the rail line, but supposedly there's a stoplight on the other side that he was waiting for the red light to change. Why would you put a stoplight so close to the rail lines, I guess, is my question.
Well, there's a lot of that down here. The rail lines in your main roads run parallel to each other. And a lot of places down here, you can get maybe one car through. You can barely, right just near my shop, you can just barely get your tractor trailer, clear the arm gates that come down, So I always wait and make sure it's totally clear before I cross over the railroad track. Mm-hmm. And because there's so much, trees are thick on either side, you can't see if anything's coming. And so that's our question for the railroaders. It isn't a violation to call them in a situation like that. Also, there's something new. We're being called in on the 20th next month. We've had issues with belly strapping flatbed loads. Now, I haven't pulled a flatbed in probably about 22 years, but I never knew there was an issue with belly strapping. now we get some packs of lumber down here to this mill, and they'll have like four packs and stacked on the top of each other. Belly strapping. I mean, can you go up two? They're gonna teach us all that, I guess, because even us chip haulers, because they said, well, it's just like anything. In this company, 25 drivers, you never know what you're going to be pulling. So they want us to know. And how long have they been enforcing belly straps on these loads? This is for them flatbed drivers. Call in and let me know, because this is brand new to me. And a lot of, split rail fence, you couldn't belly strap that. I've tried that, and it would hollow out the bales of split rail fencing, or if you tighten it down too much, you hollow out the post, and they work their way out. Going out to Long Island, New York, up the Riverhead there. This is interesting. Just something new. How long have they been enforcing belly strapping loads? And other than that, we're gonna sit back and copy the mail. Oh, FR3. The one thing that I did get the FR3 because I got that old Dodge. And I got that in there because it's supposed to lubricate the top of the engine and keep it lubricated. So when you do fire it up, it'll already have lubricated parts in the top of the engine. Also, I do have the stay bill in it because I got it because I just wanted something old. Something that never had an air conditioner in it. It's just a beautiful old slant six engine, just something real simple. I could work on it with all of, no metric tools. Basically work on the whole thing with just a set of wrenches, a socket set, screwdrivers. It's just refreshing, Open up that little Fiesta and you scratch your head on that one. Don't touch nothing because you get it out of tune with the computers. So, but that lady was asking about the FR3. That's the main thing, especially in this winter. Keeps that upper engine lubricated and save your engine. Let's put it that way.
There you go.
But we use the product because we believe in the product. And other than that, Merry Christmas to everybody. And here's something to think about. You reprove a fool, he'll hate you. Reprove a wise man, he'll love you. Do y'all love me?
There you go. 5-7 out as we're right up against news break here, bottom of the hour.
USA News Update with Ukraine's President Zelensky spending today out of the country, and in Washington, D.C., President Biden announced a new $1.8 billion package of arms.
Just today, I approved another $1.8 billion in additional assistance to Ukraine for it to succeed on the battlefield. And we're focused on working with allies and partners to generate capability in 4 key areas.
The House's January the 6th committee is releasing its complete report today. Committee members have said there will be some redactions in that full report. That's due to security reasons. The complete report includes transcripts of interviews and documents, along with the emails, texts, phone records, and more coming from the thousands that testified before that committee. The Democratic-led House Ways and Means Committee is approving a motion that concerns the release of the materials from former President Trump's tax returns. Danny Moffat, USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, just before we fired the show up here at the midnight hour in the Eastern Time, I shared a link on my Facebook page there. And somebody was asking, where'd you pull that map from? That's the color-coded map that weatherstreet.com. And there's hundreds of weather websites out there, but yeah, weatherstreet.com. So I shared that link with them, and yeah, it updates on a regular basis, and it pulls from the various National Weather Service offices all around the country. And it's got the color coding. And this particular map, you're looking at the dark purples all the way down to the Gulf Coast, literally, which those are hard freeze warnings. So from northern Texas to the Gulf Coast, southeastern Texas, pretty much all of Louisiana, the southern Mississippi, Alabama, hard freeze warnings, places you don't typically see those. And you got, I guess, would that be winter storm watches even over into parts of the Florida Panhandle? Could that be? Yeah, so you can check out, click on the link there and pull up the maps, and they refresh on a regular basis. You got the dark reds, the blizzard warnings. They're in Iowa, Minnesota this morning. It's crazy. Warnings and watches all the way over to the East Coast, and the wind advisories, wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. It's about, it's literally the eastern 3/4 of the country that's almost, everyone's under some sort of advisory. The only places I'm seeing a clear screen is, for the moment at least, parts of South Carolina, most of North Carolina. They do have winter weather advisories over along the North Carolina, Tennessee, the gorge area, the higher elevations. You get the mountains where you go pick up a little bit of snow there. Just a crazy map. Meanwhile, off to Florida we go. Philip is on board, and you've got some fog advisories down there. Any fog yet this morning?
That's what I'm running right now. I'm running fog right now. I'm going over the St. Johns River Bridge over here between Volusia and Seminole County. And we got some fog over here. It was pretty bad when I left the house. So, yeah, it's fogging up pretty good over here. That rain stayed around about 3 hours yesterday after I talked to you. And then we got fog yesterday morning, too, after the rain. So, but, hey, Steve, do you get into, like, any, like, shows, like, on any of the streaming services, you know, like Yellowstone or any of those kind of shows?
No, not really. No, I do not, actually.
Okay. Well, there's a show that just came out. I don't know if any of the guys are out there. If they have to take their time off during the day, they get a chance to see it. They got streaming service. Do you like Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, I've liked Sylvester, yeah.
There's a show called Tulsa King, and it's Sylvester Stallone as a mafia guy.
Okay.
And it's got some elements of Rambo in it with what happens in their dealings and whatnot. But if you get a chance, I mean, it's on Paramount Plus. It's a really good show if you like Stallone. It takes him to a different side. I mean, you know, we've always seen him in Rambo movies and, you know, different things like that.
Rocky and Rambo, the two most memorable, yeah.
Absolutely, and the one where he was a truck driver and he was doing the arm wrestling thing. But this one here, he plays a mafia, and it's kind of like, well, did you ever watch The Sopranos?
Yeah, believe it or not, I never really got into that show either, no.
Yeah, The Sopranos, it's kind of like The Sopranos, but The Sopranos was cooled down a lot compared to this. And but if anybody out there gets a chance to watch it, if you like Sylvester Stallone, it takes him to a different element. And also, he plays his age in this movie. So his character in this movie is actually 75 years old. And it's pretty interesting. It's a different take on what he does, but I just want to touch on that a little bit. And then I heard that Russia yesterday is going to actually launch another Soyuz to go up to the ISS. Did you hear that?
I did not get an update on that, no.
Yeah, I heard that next year they're going to be flying up, before those guys have to leave, they're going to possibly fly up another Soyuz. It's in the works. Yeah, that's what I heard. Now,
Okay.
Maybe that one they've got up there now, they're going to let it go, and then they'll have an open bay they can put it in. I'm not sure how many bays we got up there now for them, but on the Russian stuff. But what did you think about the deal with Zelensky and Biden yesterday? Did you watch any of that coverage?
I did not watch any of it. I just shared the highlights where, obviously, Zelensky, I mean, we're giving him another $45 billion plus, and he wants more. I mean, I guess he just wants an open checkbook.
Well, I know that when I saw it yesterday, that Biden basically said, here, I'm giving you, I think he said $1 billion and some change. We're giving you that. And they're also giving them Patriots. Now, didn't Russia pull a threat against us if we put missiles in their deal that they would, take it as we're getting in with them? Didn't Russia make a threat like that?
Yes, indeed.
All right, so the Patriots are not that far away. The closest Patriot battery right now that's closest to the Ukraine is in Poland. And we put tons of those over in Poland. So it's not that far to move them. But I don't know. I think we're getting tied in a lot more than what we need to in this situation with this war. I mean, it's getting serious now. I mean, and Zelensky yesterday during the whole thing, I mean, he was trying to, the guy talks really good English, for what he knows. But he's not fluent, but he can talk. He talks a little broken, but he got so kind of, I wouldn't say mad about the translation thing. He just finally took off his piece and was just talking English here and there. And if you get a chance, watch that whole. If you can watch the whole thing, I watched it yesterday. It was different. You could see the different sides. Biden's just going along with the deal, and then Zelensky is just like, he watches what he says. I will say that about Zelensky. Every word he says, he puts a lot of thought into it. I mean, I know because of the translation thing, it's tough, but so if you get a chance, watch that. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy, and we'll get back to running my fog here, and it's getting a little thicker. So
the advisory says you'll have maybe down to a quarter-mile visibility. Dense fog advisory there throughout eastern Florida this morning. All right, Scooter, got your email here a moment ago. Steve, according to Oliver North, a Patriot missile battery cost around $1 billion, and each missile cost around $1 million. The Patriot system is so advanced and complex, it takes over a year of training, supposedly, to be able to operate it properly. So in Scooter's thinking, we're probably going to have a group of personnel in Ukraine. Yeah, what would happen if Russia's able to take out a Patriot battery, killing the U.S. operators? I wasn't aware that it took that kind of training. I know, as Philip just mentioned, remember the missile that landed over in Poland here about a month or so ago? And, yeah, Ukraine was initially trying to say Russia did it. Yeah, it turned out to be, I guess, a Ukraine missile that went off trajectory or something, whatever. But, yeah, that we did send some Patriots over there already. So I have no idea about a year's worth of training to operate the things. Yeah, now, Philip, you just mentioned Biden said we're going to give you it's $1.85 billion, I believe. That's military hardware. That's to include the likes of Patriot missiles. Yeah, the bigger picture is the omnibus spending bill has another $44.9 billion in that legislation on top of everything they've already got in the $1.85 billion that Biden just promised yesterday. The idea is, I guess, this is Thursday, probably today or Friday, the omnibus spending bill, I'm thinking in all likelihood will pass, and that'll be, again, another $44.9 billion. So we're right now pretty much already having given them $50 billion, approaching $100 billion that we will have given to Ukraine. I mean, when you throw numbers around in D.C., we hear numbers like $1 million, $1 billion, and, trillions has become the common word in this day and age. As in the omnibus spending package, $1.7 trillion. Anybody put any thought anymore into, you realize how much $1 million is? Then you've got to get to 999 million, then you hit that 1 billion mark. And now we're talking nearly 100 billion that we will have given to Ukraine. Anyway, back to Scooter's email. I said, can you believe McConnell had the nerve to say that giving Ukraine everything they need is our number one priority? Hello, McConnell. What about our border? What about our crumbling infrastructure? Our economy? Just to name a few things. All I know is the D.C. swamp uniparty is alive and well. Merry Christmas, everyone. Rand Paul, this past day, put out a little parody video. As we approach Christmas weekend, we're all familiar with 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, right? I could pull up the actual video, the audio to play for you, but the audio is kind of, I don't know if he was in a room that it was kind of echoey, so it didn't sound the greatest. I don't know if it would come through very well if I played it on the air. But Rand Paul hits out at the $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill with again, 'twas the night before Christmas parody. 'Twas the week before Christmas, and through the Senate and the House, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The earmarks were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The senators were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of pork danced in their heads. No budget was found, just mischief and debt, while the taxpayers hung their poor heads and wept. And then went on to actually single out Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi, comparing them to Santa's reindeer. Now McConnell, now Schumer, now Pelosi and Vixen. On Biden, on stupid, on dumber and Blitzen. To debt, to bankruptcy, to free money for all. Now dash away, more cash for all. This spending season, instead of naughty and nice, Santa brought everyone something regardless of price. And don't forget a delicious candy cane, sweet with $40 billion to tide over Ukraine. Because of the climate, it's not PC to leave coal. No one seems to care because we're trillions in the hole. Don't worry about leaving the budget a mess. Democrats have given you 87,000 agents for the IRS. But I heard him explain, as he drove out of sight, happy bankruptcy to all, and to all a good night. Yeah, there you go. Rand Paul. That's pretty much, that's a condensed version. I think he actually had a full version, mocking this $1.7 trillion omnibus. We shall return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, we'll get back to the calls here in just a sec here. Looks like Cue Ball is on board. We'll get you coming up. First, we'll get to Kangaroo, because he's got an answer to, I guess that was 5-7's question. Yes, welcome back, Kangaroo.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Hanging with them.
Back again.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So the answer to previous caller's question, and pardon the noise here, but so the blue sign is a DOT sign. That number, that phone number, and the actual number that's on that sign at every railroad crossing, private or public.
Mm-hmm.
That phone number can be called anytime without any issues whatsoever. Railroads would be more than happy to hear from somebody. I've flagged oversized loads across crossings, big mega loads. But absolutely, they would much rather work with folks to get them across the track safely. And sometimes they'll have somebody like myself be there to flag, especially for something that's really low to the track that it doesn't hook a crossing plank or the rail itself. So absolutely, there is no issue whatsoever with calling that number. You get stuck on there. Just remember, in a commercial vehicle, it is a felony if you get stuck on the track and a train hits you. It is not a good thing. I've responded to a couple of derailments that happened with a commercial vehicle, and it's not a good thing by any means. So definitely you should call that 800 number that's on there if there's any question at all that you're going to be possibly blocking that crossing.
Did you see the video of that impact there, the oversized load that happened the day before yesterday?
I did not see that one, Steve. Like I said, I've had to respond to a couple. It's amazing what a train will do to a semi-trailer and take a straight trailer and make it look like a U. Yeah, it's not good. I've actually had to respond.
In this case, it was a very large bridge support or bridge strut of some sort, 170-something feet long. But yeah, the impact of this derailed apparently 3 locomotives and 10 rail cars.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you don't call that number, and I mean, even if you do, and something happens, but I mean, you're covering your behind when you call that number. You're protecting everybody, public, the folks on the train, and yeah, it is well worth it to go ahead and make that call, plan ahead, and usually the outfits that haul those mega loads, they're usually pretty responsible as far as that goes. Calling ahead, planning. I mean, they've got power trucks with them to lift the power lines and all that good stuff, So, yeah, it's not good. I've had to respond to 6 vehicle train collisions here since I've been working with the railroad, and believe it or not, only one of them was a fatality. 4 out of 5 walked away. So it's amazing how people can actually live through that, but definitely plan ahead. And as far as what they call belly straps, I pulled flatbed step deck for quite a few years, but we used to use those all the time. It's better cargo securement. The fact that they're enforcing, I mean, it's been about 9-10 years since I've been on the road. I don't know what they might have pulled out of their behinds to start enforcing because they like to do that. But yeah, belly straps are a good thing. We've used them for decades, or anchored belly straps where you'll actually wrap the load and pull it down in either direction. Yeah, definitely use those as well. It just is better cargo securement for sure.
All right. Well, thank you for that answers several questions. Yeah, here this Thursday morning. Thank you very much, Kangaroo. All right, well, jump over to Cue Ball. Probably have to put you on hold because we got news break a couple minutes away. Morning. What's happening, Cue Ball?
Hey, good morning, Steve. It's funny. It's amazing people watch a video, but they don't see the video. Talking about that train wreck video. So the what was missing? Or let me put it like this. Did anybody notice the truck was rolling forward at the time the train hit the truck?
No.
Anybody notice that part?
I did not see. I mean, the truck was stopped supposedly at a red light just on the other side of the tracks.
Okay, the video that I see on Facebook, I don't know if it's a shorter or condensed version of it, but at the point of impact, the truck is rolling forward. The crossing gate is leaning on the bridge beam. It looks like a concrete bridge beam.
Correct.
That it's bent, considering the amount of rebar in there, it could give the concrete, crack all the concrete, but the rebar is just going to make it turn into a giant U like the other caller had just said. But the truck was rolling forward at the time. Now, as soon as those guys in that locomotive see this thing, they're going to throw that thing in emergency and try to at least slow it down as much as they can. But there's audio with the video as well. What are you hearing prior to impact? All you hear, the whole video, you hear one sound before impact. And I'll give you a hint. It ain't the train.
No?
It's the truck. I don't think the train crew, I don't think they were even going to waste their time holding on to the valve to hit the horn or the switch or however. I think they're hanging on for dear life or debating on whether they're jumping off the damn train. They're getting ready to hit a bridge beam with a train. That ain't that's not no little
yeah. Well, I do know both of the men that were on that train were both injured. But all right, hold that thought. We return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A bipartisan Senate bill would require social media companies, including Facebook and Twitter, to be more transparent. The Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, introduced Wednesday, is intended to make the company's internal data more accessible to the public. It requires the firms to submit necessary data to independent researchers. American mental health is reaching its lowest point in more than 2 decades, that's according to a new poll from Gallup. The report shows 31% of Americans rate their mental health as excellent and 44% rate it as good. That combined rating of 75% is the lowest on record. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, ratings of excellent mental health average 45%. This new low years later suggests some of the effects of the pandemic remain, especially economic concerns as inflation continues to remain high. However, more Americans are also seeking professional health for their mental well-being, with 23% saying they saw a medical professional. The final defendant is pleading no contest to crimes committed to a 2021 shooting of Lady Gaga's dog walker. Jennifer McBride is pleading no contest in the Los Angeles courtroom to receiving stolen property. She's getting 2 years probation. Police say she originally claimed to have found the dogs and was looking for a reward. It turns out she was connected to the men who stole the dogs during a robbery. One of them shot the dog walker, who survived. Those two suspects also pleaded no contest as part of plea deals. They're both looking at prison time. The dogs were recovered. Roughly 180 million Americans across nearly 40 states are under alert for cold, snow, and wind. The week before Christmas, the National Weather Service has called the strengthening storm a once-in-a-generation type event. It'll bring more than a foot of snow and possible blizzard conditions to the Midwest in the coming days, with wind chills 20 to 40 degrees below zero in cities like Chicago. Hundreds of flights across the country are being canceled as a result of the inclement weather. The icy temperatures are expected to stick around for the holiday weekend, bringing the coldest Christmas in decades.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
It's about to get more expensive to visit Washington, D.C. The council there voted last night to tax tourists 1% for hotel rooms. That will raise the cost to about $16 for every $100 spent. Leaders say the city is the 8th most visited in the country, mainly during the cherry blossom season. The tax is expected to help the district continue to recover from the pandemic by raising millions for advertising. It will start in April and last for 4 years. The first trailer is being released for the Discovery Plus documentary about last year's Capitol riot. January 6th will cover the events of when supporters of then-President Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol building in a bid to stop the certification of the 2020 election. The documentary plans to share the definitive story of the siege of the Capitol with footage of the riot and interviews with those who saw it happen. Lawmakers like Illinois Adam Kinzinger and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as law enforcement officers from that day, will be sharing their points of view. The documentary debuts January 5th on Discovery Plus. The Pittsburgh Steelers running back kept right on going. The instincts that carried him through his life, both on and off the field during his Hall of Fame career taking over, shifted the perception. The Steelers rarely won before his arrival in 1972, the moment his shoe top grab, eternally known as the Immaculate Reception, entered the lexicon. They rarely lost. Harris, whose heads-up thinking authored the most iconic play in NFL history, has died. He was 72. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page there. All right, Thursday, 22nd day of December. And final day today, your final day, to go to hotshotsecret.com and save 30% on what they call the diesel saver kits. Normally priced at $76.85 for the bundle. Right now, today's the final day. December the 22nd, $55 per bundle. Go to hotshotsecret.com. The bundles, you've got the warm climate bundle or the cold climate bundle. Most of the country right now would need the cold climate, wouldn't they? Cold climate bundle is a 1-quart Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 1 quart of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, and a 16-ounce everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense. The anti-gel, obviously, again, the cold climate. The warm climate bundle. The 1-quart Stiction Eliminator, the 1-quart Diesel Extreme, and a 16-ounce squeeze bottle of the everyday diesel treatment. It just doesn't have the anti-gel properties in it. HotShotSecret.com, $55 for the bundle kits. Sale ends today, December the 22nd. Now, let me get back. Cue ball, hang it in there. All right, welcome back, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So, like I said, if you play the video again and put the audio on and watch it. Now, again, I don't know if the one I see on Facebook is the full video, but once the video starts, you hear a noise, and you see the truck is slowly moving forward. The crossing gate is against the bridge beam, and what you're hearing is not the train. Again, the engineer, once he sees this, it's not a little Mazda Miata. He knows if he hits this thing, it's going to be really, really, really bad.
And it was.
I don't even think he was, in other words, what you're hearing is a horn, but you're not hearing the train horn. That's a truck. I think the engineer was even on the horn. I think he was probably trying to figure a way to brace for impact in the thing or debate whether to jump out of the train. I don't know what you do in a situation like that in a machine that you cannot stop. I mean, you might slow it down a little, but you ain't stopping in that distance. Point is, that truck was trying to get out of that situation. So this is what I'm going to ask a handful of questions because I don't know the answers. But it's very possible that driver got put in an impossible position because of a handful of things that he cannot control. Does the state of Tennessee require law enforcement escorts in that move? Don't know. I would imagine he has a front escort and a rear escort. Now, these are civilian cars, not law enforcement cars. People don't move over for them things. I don't care how many lights, how big of banners you put on there. People don't move for them things. Did a car get between, in other words, if the truck was going over the tracks, right? Did a car go, let's say, okay, you see the crossing, you know it's there. You send your escort over first, but does a car get between you and the escort? Okay, the light goes red or whatever. What's the escort supposed to do? He's not law enforcement. He can't block the intersection. In other words, was there a vehicle in front of the truck preventing the truck from going forward? was cross traffic too much for the truck to just go through the intersection without there being basically blowing the red light and going through the intersection. So what do? You pull forward and have a car hit the side of you? Do you pull forward and push the car that's in front of you out of the way?
Mm-hmm.
You enter think about it, 175 feet long beam. Once you enter the tracks, you have to continue. But if something stops you, i.e. a red light, traffic, cars, whatever, the escorts can't block an intersection. What else does he do? If law enforcement isn't there to stop the traffic, you put that driver in a spot where he cannot control the situation. He can't even legally think about it. Everyone's going, go little blue sign and call the number. Okay, where do you want him to leave his truck?
And how much?
So he's going to go call the number, call the railroad dispatch to find out what. Meanwhile, he's blocking up 200 and some feet of road between 175-foot beam, the truck, the trailer, 2 escort vehicles, right? What are you going to do? Call the police? Say, hey, man, I might need an escort across this intersection. You know what they're going to tell you? Kiss off. They're not going to come out there to help you. So, again, I've been routed in a pretty bad predicament. Nothing that long, but certainly heavy and wide.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one particular incident years ago that I had with a railroad crossing, and my permits had me going over there, no problem. They want to know how tall you are, they want to know how wide you are, but they don't give a care of what your ground clearance is. Let's just say you had to hit this crossing with forward momentum because you lost speed when you went over the tracks. You bottomed out. There's just, what options do you have at this point? You're too far down the road. You cannot back up. You can't stay where you are. You can't just be levitated off the planet. You can't dematerialize and evaporate into abyss. What do? Well, I don't know what you do in that particular situation right there. But I've been routed under bridges I can't sit under. I've been routed through roads I'm too wide to go down. You remember years ago that truck hit a bridge in Washington State and took the bridge down?
Yeah. Yep.
It's like north of Seattle. Yeah, he was permitted to be on that road. Yet he still hit the bridge and took it down. How'd that happen? And I've had that happen in Washington where, being 14-foot, like, lawn or something. I can't remember the details. 14-foot lawn. And they send you under a bridge, and right around Moses Lake, I think it's like the bridge is labeled 14-0 or something. And luckily, I had a passenger with me with a cell phone, and we creeped along underneath the bridge with my passenger on top of the fire truck I was hauling on the cell phone to tell me whether I would hit the bridge or not while I'm crawling underneath it on the shoulder. But I seen that sign, I locked her down hard, and I knew that my permits permitted me to go down that road. But I wouldn't have cleared. I had to dump the air out of the trailer and out of the tractor to get underneath that damn thing. So these things happen. When are we, as far as oversized or specialized stuff? When are we going to start making it to where the state has some type of responsibility when they make the permits, other than collecting the money, to actually know if the damn thing will fit down the road,
all right,
and to know if there's 175 feet or 200 feet between the train and the red light? Because there's no way, unless there is law enforcement, there's no way for a truck or an escort vehicle to stop traffic and get them through. That bridge beam wasn't tall, so he doesn't need anybody like the power company to lift power lines up or move temporarily, the traffic lights and stuff like that. That driver was trying to get out of there, and he was obviously not successful, but he was trying. The point is, the whole time the video from the time the video starts until the train hits the truck, that driver's laying in on that horn trying to get people to get the hell out of his way. He's got to go.
Yeah, I've seen the video, but I've not seen it with audio. So I'll have to check that out. Okay.
Yeah, put the audio on it. It's very obvious the driver's trying to get out. Like I said, you would think, like, normally you see, like if you ever watch any of these videos where you see trains hitting cars and stuff, they'll just lay on that horn, like, nonstop until impact, or even beyond impact. But I think when the engineer's looking up and sees a bridge beam, he probably just gave up on that horn. I think he's trying to brace and try to figure out where the hell in that locomotive he's going to ride that out, knowing it ain't going to end good. So it's just amazing to me how many people watch a video but don't actually see the video. They miss so much. Kind of scary, actually.
I'll go back and watch it for a fourth or fifth time, I guess, right?
I watched her over and over and over again because they're looking for them details, and like I said, that's what I picked up. I'm going to mention one thing about this whole Ukraine-Russia deal, right?
Okay.
So Russia's threatening to nuke somebody. Apparently, when they were sliding missiles into silos, one of the generals was talking about nuking London, which, to me, that doesn't make any sense because what's Britain got to do with anything? But, I think Putin knows that Biden really isn't in control of anything. And I've said this on your show many times. For the United States to release nuclear weapons of any type, whether it be off of a submarine, out of a bomber, or a missile silo, there's only one person who can authorize the release of that kind of firepower. Who is it?
Presidential authority.
Correct. And if you think for 1 minute that Vladimir Putin doesn't know that Biden has no idea what he's doing and is not in control, Vladimir Putin knows there is no mutually assured destruction. There will be no counterstrike. Our missiles will not cross in midair. He knows we will never launch. Do you really think Biden can make that kind of choice right now?
I don't think that he's got the mental capabilities to actually make the decision, one way or the other. All right, things that make you kind of shudder. Scary times, huh? All right, it's 18 past there. Good to hear from you, Cue Ball. Thanks for checking in. It is 844-844-3388. Back into this Thursday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, well, the eastern two-thirds of the country deals with this latest monster Christmas storm. Forecasters at the same time are becoming increasingly concerned that all the ingredients may come together for a significant ice storm for the Pacific Northwest. Actually beginning later today, continuing into the holiday weekend. Today, Thursday, starts on a dry note. Precip starts to move ashore by afternoon today. More snow possible for Seattle, and at this time, maybe an inch or two could accumulate. In Portland, any snow that falls expected to be minimal before it quickly changes to a freezing rain scenario. By Thursday night, Seattle is forecast to have snow changing to freezing rain as well. Once the precip starts late today, the threat of icing will continue through Friday. The accumulation of ice will make roads treacherous. And with holiday travel in full swing, more people than normal are going to be on the roads. Conditions could become extremely difficult and dangerous given the prolonged period of ice. Now, the ice may delay the expected arrival of holiday packages. In addition to the ice, winds will increase as well. The buildup of ice combined with the strong winds will raise the risk of power outages. This could even create issues for those who decide not to travel, as some homes may not have heat or electricity, or have heat if the electricity's not working. Olympia and Vancouver, two locations where the ice accumulation could be significant. A bit further south, Astoria, Salem, and Portland, just a few of the cities in Oregon, where forecasters are most concerned about ice accumulation. Warmer air gradually works into the Northwest later on Friday, causing the freezing rain to transition back to plain old rain in coastal areas. The ice will not instantly melt when the temperatures rise above freezing. Furthermore, when the ice does begin to melt, there could be the risk of falling ice from tall buildings in the cities. Temperatures, though, will shift from the middle 30s on Friday in Portland to the 40s by Saturday, and maybe even lower 50s by Christmas Day. Highs in Seattle will only reach the upper 20s today, before gradually trending into the upper 30s on Friday, then 40s for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Further inland, though, the colder air will be slower to erode, which will allow the freezing rain to continue even into Friday night. The highest likelihood of freezing rain Friday night would be the Columbia River Gorge to the east of Portland. Cold air at the ground level is going to become trapped in the gorge. That would allow the rain to continue freezing on contact as it falls through Friday night and even into Saturday. Temperatures in that region should finally rise above freezing by Saturday afternoon. All right, so nothing like a good old-fashioned ice storm just in time for Christmas. All right, is Eagle hanging in there this Thursday morning? Good morning, Eagle. Oh, Eagle, Darth Vader is snoozing. That's two in a row. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
I was going to say one more, we'll get a hat trick out of this deal. Anyways, I guess what? I don't know if you touched on it. I missed the first couple hours of the show because the last 2 days I've been running over 15 hours. So according to my electronic tattletale nanny there, I have to start my start time keeps getting pushed back an hour every day. So we weren't able to get out here with you until a little after, I don't know, somewhere around 2:30 here. Probably been about an hour now. But anyways, did we mention Franco Harris yet there, the loss of Franco Harris?
Big Ed brought that up when he checked in. He did, yes.
Yeah. All right. So anyways there. So yeah, I saw a little bit of Biden there. He was interfering with me trying to watch the news and the weather and that. And what? It was sad, Your Honor. I mean, the guy's sitting there, and in order to talk to the Ukrainian president there. He's got to look down at a piece of paper to try to read what to say. He ain't any better than his press secretary opening her notebook there. If he didn't have it written down pretty much in front of him, he didn't have any way to say. And I'd like to know what size font they use for him. What do they use, like a gigantic, 99 font for him or something? Because every time you see him when he's looking at stuff, he's squinting.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that about him? He's always squinting. Either that or else he's a shady character, because I never trust people that squint their eyes like that. But anyways, so I guess we'll just give them everything and don't worry about taking care of our country, our people, our borders, and whatever else we got. But I think somebody else already mentioned all that. So anyways, yeah, hey, here in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of these grade crossings where there's room for, one truck maybe in between a traffic light and a grade crossing, and you'd be hanging into the where the crossing arms. You would interfere with that.
Yeah.
You get 2 or 3 cars. There isn't there isn't room for maybe 4 cars, and 4 or 5 cars will be jammed in there, and guaranteed one of them's parked on the tracks waiting for the light. I mean, it's there isn't enough training for the normal vehicle operators to even know what they're doing with trains, and so, but I told people a long time ago when they asked about cars pulling out in front of trucks that, that the normal general traffic, traveling public could really care less about trucks, because you watch what they do around trains, and trains can't move. They're going to be where they're going to be on those tracks, and they can't deviate from that path. And they just figure trucks can either slow down or go around them or whatever, so they don't even consider that. But as Cue Ball just said, I can't imagine being that long trying to get in and out of traffic, because down around here I can't move over without running somebody off the road. When I want to change lanes, I pretty much have to push somebody out of my way, because there is not enough space between 2 cars for me to fit my truck when I need to move over. And if I put my turn signal on to say that I want to move over, all that does is close the hole up more. I mean, these people at this point are driving pretty much NASCAR style, 1 bumper on the other and 4 wide, and they don't want to give anything for anybody else.
How rude.
So, not just that, it's dangerous. I mean, and when they want to get off, if they're in the 4th lane, they want to get off, they just cross 3 lanes and don't even look when they do it. So watch out for them. But anyways, so with all that happy news, we got signs up here saying, I'm in Pennsylvania, just got out of Lancaster heading north, and there's signs up here saying winter weather advisory Thursday morning. And I mean, it's 31 degrees right now, but when's all this impending weather supposed to get here, Your Honor? I mean, are we still looking for it here? When's it supposed to arrive?
Yeah, well, eventually. It's not even here yet, so you've got a little bit of time left, but hold that thought.
USA News Update. Blockbusters like Top Gun Maverick, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Avatar, The Way of Water, and pop stars like Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, and Rihanna just got one step closer to getting Oscar nominations. The Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Science on Wednesday announced shortlists in 10 categories for the 95th Oscars, including Documentary Feature, International Film, Makeup and Hairstyling Score, Original Song, Sound, Visual Effects, and Shorts. The launch of a European rocket carrying 2 Earth observation satellites failed and dished into the sea less than 3 minutes after liftoff from a spaceport in French Guiana on Wednesday. Arianespace, which provided the launch service, said a decrease in pressure was observed in the Vega C rocket's second stage, approximately 2 minutes and 22 seconds after liftoff. The satellites would have been part of a constellation capable of taking images of any point on the globe with a resolution of 30 centimeters. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Yep.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here, and we've got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, I'll answer Horsefeather's question. He left up there before the break. I was under the impression you were kind of awaiting the bigger system, which would be coming in later in Friday. But no, you've got way out and ahead of the big storm. You got some precip coming in out of the Carolinas, Virginia, West Virginia. And looks like your mess is going to begin here in short order. Let me start with the advisory from the Weather Service office. Where's this out of? There in Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Mixed precipitation. Total snow and sleet accumulation 1 to 3 inches, localized 3 to 5 inch possible, especially west of Interstate 81. Ice accumulations, a trace to maybe 1/10 of an inch, localized amounts up to 1/4 of an inch along the Blue Ridge Mountains. So this is like north central Maryland, northwest Virginia, the panhandle again of West Virginia, starting at 4 a.m., about 25 minutes from now, 4 o'clock this morning till 4 this afternoon. Precip will most likely begin as a wintry mix between 4 and 7 a.m., It'll change to mostly freezing rain Thursday morning, later in the morning, before ending as a period of just plain old rain later Thursday afternoon and on into Thursday evening. Let's see, what else we got there? There's the Blue Ridge Mountains, Augusta, Rockingham. Talking snow, total snow and sleet accumulations, a coating to an inch in the valleys, 1 to 3 in the ridges. Ice accumulation, maybe a trace to 1/10 of an inch in the valleys, 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch along the ridges there. So yours is going to be coming in fairly short order there. Oh, boy. All right, did we lose Horse Feathers? I think we did. Oh, my goodness. It's 844-844-3388. So there you go. Yeah, the bigger system, the bigger picture. Yeah, you've got to get back to the snow is falling this morning, or really intensifying as well. Yeah, we got a pretty intense band just to the east of Madison, Wisconsin. Much of Wisconsin is seeing the snow falling. Eastern portions of Minnesota, a line of fairly heavy snow stretching from, down from about Waterloo through Des Moines, now south of Omaha. Yeah, heavy snows moving into north-central portions of Kansas this morning. Things continue all the way back still into the Denver area, but that's all going to continue to. This storm is intensifying, and you're looking at those big temperature drops in the wake of the snow. Let's see. Looks like tomorrow night here in southwest Ohio, Pappy was talking about maybe trying to make a little stop by. We're looking at 45 degrees here today. It's not too bad out. 36 currently outside the bunker. Later today, temperatures begin to drop. We're going to head on down to -8. 8 below the forecast. And with a high temperature on Friday of only 14 degrees. So at some point, that bitter blast is going to come roaring through. It's not quite as dramatic as Denver, but you go from 45 to -8 in a matter of hours, and then highs only in the teens. Friday, Saturday, Christmas Day. A Christmas Day high is only going to be 16 degrees. That's our forecast here for southwest Ohio, the Cincinnati metro area. All right, a couple of NASA updates this past day. I guess all good things must come to an end, right? The 4-year journey of NASA's InSight Mars lander apparently has ended. NASA unable to establish contact. They believe the solar-powered generated batteries have run out of juice, run out of energy. NASA told mission controllers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that we're unable to make contact after 2 consecutive attempts, which they had previously determined that's pretty much the variable to declare the mission is over. 2 tries, no response. He's dead. We'll continue to listen for a signal from the lander. Probably will not hear from it again. The last time InSight communicated with Earth was December the 15th. So there you go. It was 1,400 days on Mars, landed in November of 2018. So this thing lived a pretty lengthy period of time on the red planet, collecting data on the planet's crust, mantle, the core. Also collecting data on the weather and seismic activity there. During that time frame, NASA said the lander's seismometer detected 1,319 earthquakes, including those that were caused by meteoroid impacts. the last science instrument that remained powered because dust accumulated on the 2 solar panels that were about 7 feet in diameter. So gradually it's been losing energy. The mission was actually initially only supposed to last like 2 years. So they got a lot more time out of it. It's been extended on 2 occasions. There's been a lot of activity there. No shortage of news at the International Space Station. Of course, the news about the Soyuz, the coolant leak earlier this week. NASA delaying a planned spacewalk to venture outside the space station at the last moment yesterday after a large piece of Russian space debris came dangerously close to the orbital outpost. NASA astronauts Frank Rubio and Josh Cassata were getting ready to step out from the space station, step out of the airlock. They were going to install new solar arrays when the mission control team said, stop what you're doing. We're going to do an emergency maneuver to get out of the way of a large piece of space debris that's on track to come dangerously close later in the day. So they have rescheduled that spacewalk for later today, Thursday, as a matter of fact. The debris in question, though, is a piece, they say, of a Russian rocket, the 11-foot wide frigate upper stage used on the Soyuz and Zenith launchers. That piece of junk was predicted to get within less than a quarter of a mile from the space station yesterday. It triggered what they call a red alert, the highest level warning on the space station. I guess that's got to be scary. Red alert. Yeah, this is a piece of debris that's been tracked over the last couple of days. The tracking data was always in our green or yellow range, which doesn't mean we have to maneuver to get out of the way. But this morning, it moved into red. Once we get into red, we have to take action, whether it's a debris maneuver or some other precautionary measure to keep the crew safe there. That decision to cancel the spacewalk came down about 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Yeah, ground control, I guess, has now steered the station using the thrusters aboard the Progress cargo spacecraft that's currently docked in the Russian segment of the space station. Okay. With that, our number 844-844-3388. Looks like we've got clear lines for the first time this morning. So, all right, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, and a lot of folks going to be firing up those generators, anything that's been sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, good morning to Tom Kelly, checking in TNCRadio.live as we prepare for near 0-degree wind chill temperatures. I mean, he's all the way down in Houston. Yeah, broadcasting from the shadow of NASA Mission Control, Houston, Texas. We're about to find out the true condition of the power grid in Texas. Memories are still fresh and painful from February of 2021. Yes, indeed. It's going to be a test after all. Yeah, you see, your forecast lows have trended a lot lower over the last several days than some of the forecasts were like early this week. Now, coming up later this morning after the overnight drive, stick around for encore presentations of our Wednesday night lineup, starting at 5 a.m. Tom Kirk and friends keep on talking. Then listening as Angie and Larry Baum introduce the founders of the North America Driver Resource Association. Yeah, finally, it's Clutch Time Sports with Anderson and Banker. Now, both Thursday, this morning, and Friday morning, phone lines will be open during the morning grind, which starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, give us a call from wherever you might be. We'd like to get updates on the current weather conditions around the country. Yeah, this front's going to hit Dallas during the morning grind today. By noon, we're being told St. Louis and Houston will see temperatures dropping by 20-plus degrees in a very short time frame. I'd like to hear about it from anywhere. Angie and Tom will be with us as needed throughout the day, Thursday and Friday, at tncradio.live. Remember, your information might help another driver make a wise decision. We're praying for everybody out there on the road today. But Merry Christmas to all, and stay healthy out there. Yeah, that's crazy. So, even based on our forecast that Pappy just forwarded me a few minutes ago, that's incredible to go from 45 degrees sometime, maybe midday or something. Those winds are going to start howling. I can't believe we're going to be at minus 8 degrees about this time, probably right about 24 hours from now. That'll be some of the coldest air we've had in quite some time. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. 4-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, it appears contrary to what many of us were taught as youngsters. You don't want to get out there and start the engine on that cold automobile and immediately take off. You need to let it It's like getting out of bed and immediately taking off for a 1 mile run. You got to stretch. You got to limber things up. Warm up a little bit. I guess things have changed over the years. Yeah, winter is officially here now. This technically, the first full day of winter today. And winter storms impacting the USA. Frigid temperatures. It's a common practice for many drivers to let their vehicle warm up for a few before you hit the road. Of course, many vehicles, including my own, the Subaru's you can remotely start the car. Start it up, let it warm up before you head out there. Viewers want to know if doing this can actually potentially hurt your vehicle's engine. The question, can warming up your car before driving in cold weather damage the engine? The answer, check mark, true. Yes, warming up your car before driving in cold weather can damage the engine. Sources, Firestone Complete Auto Care, Smart Motors Toyota, the U.S. Department of Energy, Napa Auto Parts. What we found is it is true that warming up gas-powered vehicles before driving in cold weather can cause damage to the engine. If you're one of the many who think it's important to turn it on and let it sit before you hit the road, you could be doing your engine more harm than good. Smart Motors Toyota says letting your car idle in cold temperatures can shorten the life of your engine by stripping away oil from the engine's pistons and cylinders, two critical components to help the engine run. Less oil means more friction, more wear and tear, and a shorter life for your engine. Well, that's where Hot Shot Secret FR3 comes into play. That is the friction reducer. Now, while some people let their cars idle to warm up the interior, others may actually be trying to protect the engine because of the old, outdated guidance. Firestone and Smart Motors Toyotas both said that most cars made before 1980 did need to warm up when it was cold outside. See, that's where things have changed since we were younger. Because older model cars had carburetors that regulated the air-fuel mixture in the engine. It could not accurately adjust the air-to-fuel ratio in the cold weather. In cold temperatures, carburetors couldn't vaporize all the gas that they let into the engine, so some of it would just be left behind as a liquid rather than being burned. In order to work properly, a carburetor needed to warm up, or else you'd run the risk of stalling out. But times have changed. Of course, practically every car today has an electric fuel injection system that helps maintain the perfect air-fuel mixture, no matter what the ambient temperature. Now, instead of waiting for your car to warm up this time of year, most manufacturers recommend driving off gently after about 30 seconds because the engine warms up faster when the car is being driven, according to the Department of Energy. That means that your cold day driving routine should look something like this. You bundle up, start the car, scrape the ice off the windows, get in and go. Just don't accelerate too fast or rev the engine up in the first few minutes when you're driving in this cold, because this would put unwanted strain on the bearings and maybe flood the combustion chamber, which in turn will take miles off your engine's life. Well, there you go. All right, back to the phones. Malpractice is on board. Morning, Malpractice. What's happening?
Good morning, my dear friend. Just checking in from over here by Pantego, North Carolina. I'm a very popular guy. I got 68,000 chicks chasing me down the road. So I like to call in and
you got them little bitty chicks, right?
Yeah, they ain't interested in my big fat butt. But anyway, my buddy was driving on these birds. We got to run team, and I took over to Haw River, and he listened the first little bit. So we got to come back from North Carolina back through Kentucky, and he said something about Andy Hitler Bashir or whatever he called him, had already called the National Guard and was already getting ready to have a state of emergency there. Is that true?
Now, where was that again?
Kentucky.
I think the governor there, he has declared an emergency for the weather. Yes.
Okay. Well, we got to come back. We get unloaded this morning at about we should be leaving here by 9 or 10 o'clock, and it's 800 miles back. So I was hoping. Did they say what time? Of course, I live in Seymour, Indiana, about 100 miles from you. Did they say about what time the heavy snow was supposed to start up through there?
Well, for our area, so I'm southwest Ohio, right across the Indiana line. Right. It's supposed to be closer to the midnight hour. So I'd probably say, obviously, you're going to be several hours ahead of us.
Yeah. So maybe we might get back home. Usually we usually can get back home by midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, but it just all depends on traffic. But I was just wondering if you had any idea on that. Hopefully we can make it back. We'll be empty, so we'll be like a big kite.
The winds. Yeah, you'll be wiggling all over the interstate. 40, 50 mile an hour winds they're talking about.
Well, see, this thing is a $250,000 trailer that we're pulling. It's highly technical for hauling these birds. They got a nice little building back here, so I really don't want to be blown over by no 50 mile an hour winds. But it ain't. Yep. It's not very heavy though.
Okay.
But no, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I got stuck driving the second part of the shift, so I just thought I'd call. And you said you had empty lines, and want to wish you a Merry Christmas again, and hope everybody out there stay safe. And I'm hoping I can get home and then I can get snowed in, but my luck, probably not.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in. And we're just about to news break here. See, I believe what we got on. Is that Gilligan? I think 5-7 on board. Demon, where'd you go? You dropped off already. In Mr. Impatience. But I've got the full breakdown here. Governor Beshear has declared an emergency, state of emergency, as the winter storm is going to be bringing snow and bitter cold to that state.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Blockbusters like Top Gun Maverick, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Avatar The Way of Water, and pop stars like Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, and Rihanna just got one step closer to getting Oscar nominations. The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences on Wednesday announced short lists in 10 categories for the 95th Oscars, including documentary feature, international film, makeup and hairstyling, score, original song, sound, visual effects, and shorts. The launch of a European rocket carrying 2 Earth observation satellites failed and ditched into the sea less than 3 minutes after liftoff from a spaceport in French Guiana on Wednesday. Arianespace, which provided the launch service, says the decrease in pressure was observed in the Vega C rocket's second stage approximately 2 minutes and 22 seconds after liftoff, leading to a premature end of the mission. The launch, operated by the European Space Agency, was meant to take 2 Earth observation satellites. The satellites would have been part of a constellation capable of taking images of any point on the globe with a resolution of 30 centimeters. Momentum toward passing the $1.7 trillion government funding bill with more aid for Ukraine slowed considerably Wednesday as lawmakers struggled to reach an agreement on amendments needed to get to the final vote and avoid a partial government shutdown at midnight Friday. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the Senate was making progress, but lawmakers exited the chamber late in the evening looking glum and talking about a standoff. At issue is the proposed amendment from Senator Mike Lee of Utah seeking to extend pandemic-era restrictions on asylum seekers at the border, also referred to as Title 42. The Biden administration announced Wednesday that it will be providing $1.85 billion in military aid to Ukraine, rolling out funding for a Patriot missile battery as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky arrived in Washington for his first known trip out of his country since Russia invaded in February. This is USA News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees, and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
2 executives of cryptocurrency exchange FTX are pleading guilty to criminal charges. On Wednesday, Carolyn Ellison, the former CEO of Alameda Research, and Gary Wang, one of the founders of FTX, both pleaded guilty to various charges relating to the collapse of FTX. Meanwhile, Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder and former CEO of FTX, has returned to the U.S. after being extradited from the Bahamas. Bankman-Fried is being accused of wire fraud, money laundering, and campaign finance violations after the collapse of the cryptocurrency market. Environmental groups are suing the Biden administration to block a sale of oil and gas drilling rights off the coast of Alaska. The suit filed Wednesday at Anchorage federal court aims to stop the administration from holding the sale of nearly 1 million acres in the Cook Inlet scheduled for next week. The sale on December 30th is one of the concessions to the oil and gas industry included in President Biden's climate change law, the Inflation Reduction Act Congress passed last summer. The environmental groups argue that drilling in Cook Inlet would have a negative impact on climate change and threaten species such as the Cook Inland beluga whale and humpback whales. Police in Moscow, Idaho say a white Hyundai Elantra found in Eugene, Oregon after a injury crash isn't related to the investigation of 4 University of Idaho students who were killed. Police have reviewed 22,000 potential vehicles, but haven't found the one seen in the area where the murders happened on November 13th. Police haven't made an arrest in the case. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
My Pillow is excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. Last Christmas, you made them the #1 selling My Pillow product, and now they've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And now they're extending their 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2023. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. Use promo code USA to save $90 on the original My Slippers. That's only $49.98 a pair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say, final hour? Here it goes as we roll into a Thursday. A couple of industry headlines. Still dealing with low fuel supplies and or transportation issues, which has prompted both Colorado and South Dakota to declare separate emergencies this past day, relief from federal regulations. Yeah, Kirsty Nome there in South Dakota said propane and heating fuel inventories are extremely low. Well, look at the temperatures they're dealing with, though. The state is also experiencing some power outages of propane and heating fuel. It is unknown when those supplies will return to normal at the fuel terminals in South Dakota. So drivers of propane and heating fuel transport vehicles are required to deliver propane and heating oil necessary to maintain the supply to enable the people of South Dakota to continue normal transportation and heating functions. It is the responsibility of the state to assist the people in meeting the problems of mutual concern. Transportation of this product is in demand for transportation and heating needs. So it's a pretty same old as far as the hours of service relief. Colorado's order, the State Patrol approved a temporary exemption regarding hours of service for transporting heating fuels, propane, and natural gas through the end of January. It only applies to commercial transporters that are hauling heating fuels, propane, and natural gas in that particular state, Colorado. All right, back to the phones we go.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, it's old Gilligan, I guess. I'm driving up 81, the greasy cups. Boy, I tell you what, I'm a little grip at the wheel, a little rainy over here. It's only 33 degrees. I don't think it's sticking yet, but I think I get a little farther north, and I checked the weather down there before I left, and they're calling for the snow to start on me, I guess, up about Stanton, up there about the 220, and that's about an hour and a half south of Winchester, so hopefully it ain't sticking up there.
I'm trying to zoom in. I'm trying to zoom in there. So where you again, you're up there. What do you call it? The West Virginia Panhandle? Is that?
Yeah, the Eastern Panhandle. Yep, that's where I'm at. Out the hook there.
I mean, it's raining in Charleston. It's kind of a mixed bag up toward Elkins. Are you anywhere near Elkins?
I'm farther north and east of that. Try Martinsburg. That's a pretty good sized town there in the north, the eastern part of that Eastern Panhandle. Romney's my county seat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I see it's freezing rain in Parsons. Nothing up to Newburgh yet. You're further north of Newburgh?
Newburgh. I'm not sure where Newburgh is.
Masontown?
I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. I've heard of
Yeah.
You know how they go. Yeah, it's, see, I'm right there in the Winchester area. Martinsburg is due north. I'm due west. Berkeley Springs. Just like I said before, take 50 out of Winchester. I'm out that way. Martinsburg is along 81, due north of Winchester. So, it's kind of funny there. You go up 81, when you leave Virginia, you're across West Virginia at 26 miles, and you're across Maryland at 12 miles.
Uh-huh.
So there at about 30 miles, you're in 4 different states.
And looking at the maps here, as I try to zoom in, it's hard for me to distinguish what state I'm in. Is that Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia? I can't,
Yeah, it's pretty well clumped together right in there. Yeah, but right now I'm in Ironton, Virginia down here. Those that don't recognize the name, that's 128 mile marker, which is just south of Salem, Roanoke area, about 10 miles south of really what Salem is. And it's just raining here at 34 degrees. I've come up out of Abingdon down there next to 17, so it ain't been sticking yet. Like I said, it's in that 30-degree mark area, so it wouldn't take much of a drop for it to start freezing. We've had some cold temperatures over here. I mean, it's been down in the teens and 20s a couple of nights this week. It warmed up pretty good yesterday. So that probably help keep the asphalt a little warmer, I want to touch on something else. I heard there in the news there a little bit ago and how they had that group was suing about the gas and oil leases up there in Alaska. It just urged me to know these radically left-wing groups can hold up stuff like that with lawsuits. I mean, my opinion, what they need to do to put a stop to this is, okay, all right, now you lost the case. Now you got to pay the court cost. You got to pay for the lawyers and everything. That would put a stop to it right now. You lost the case. Now you've got to start. Now you got to pay for the expenses it took to fight the states. I mean, I don't get why these frivolous lawsuits like that just keep sticking. And they drag it out in the courts and drag it out in the courts. And like about every one before, they end up losing them. Have you ever heard of one of them cases actually winning one of them cases?
I can't say that I have. No.
I mean, it's crazy how that they just let this go on. And it'll drag it out for years and years. And people wonder why the oil companies have so much expense. They're sinking money into these leases, trying to explore. They're doing what exploration they can, with computers and that sort of thing. There's a lot of expense. A lot of people don't realize that exploring for oil. But I know the oil companies make some great profits. Don't get me wrong. But there is a lot more expense to it than what people realize. I'm sure Hillbilly Texas is like people in that. I know he worked the oil fields for years. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm probably going to be running tomorrow night, but I don't get a chance to call in or anything. I want to wish everybody out there a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And everybody show up at Pumpkin Place for New Year's Eve party. Yeah, we're gonna have a real shindig. I'm gonna have Big Eskimo Mom's gonna be singing vocals. I'm gonna be on the harmonica. Frank Wingnut's gonna be on the moonshine jug, and I think Heatwave's gonna be on the spoon. So we'll have a live band and live entertainment. So, all right. Thanks a lot, Steve, and have a good night.
Sound like a true redneck shindig. Merry Christmas. All right, 14 past the hour. Someone asked about Kentucky. Did they declare a state of emergency? Yes, Kentucky is under a state of emergency as we await the big storm. Governor Beshear signing the emergency this past day as Kentucky, like so many others, gear up for the Arctic blast moving in tonight. Forecast calls for snow, dropping temperatures, 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds on Friday. Wind chills up to 25 below zero Friday into Saturday. Warm up not expected till probably Monday or Tuesday. of next week. Rain begins Thursday, and a change to snow as temperatures drop very quickly. Yeah, snow totals vary, but the governor stresses preparedness leading into the Christmas weekend. By declaring the state of emergency, that allows the state to have resources available and ready to go. Yeah, the front's expected to affect travel and other impacts, things like broken water lines, power outages, damage to public infrastructure. Kentucky National Guard, as well as the Kentucky Emergency Operations Center, are ready, and the Guard is pre-positioning assets right now to assist in rescues if needed. National Guard Major General Hal Lamberton said by 10 a.m. this morning, Thursday, readiness teams will be in place in 5 key counties: Jefferson, Madison, Muhlenberg, Hardin, and McCracken. Each team has 5 members that will include a military tow truck or wrecker, a Humvee or a vehicle with high axles to transport people across hazardous roads. The Guard will also have their Joint Operations Center open today to coordinate with the state. They'll stay open as long as necessary. The Joint Service Operations, they're in London, Kentucky. They're on standby with an aircraft with hoist capabilities and a special tactics squadron in Louisville that'll be on standby to provide emergency response capabilities there. After midday today, they're advising Kentuckians don't travel unless you have to. Unless you're an essential employee, traveling is going to be very difficult by Friday, certainly late Thursday night as well. One of our biggest concerns is what's going to be this flash freeze, as they call it. When the temperatures drop very, very quickly, the rain instantly turns to ice on the roadways. And they, like we've already seen in Colorado and other states, 20, 30, 40-degree temperature drops in literally an hour's time. And it's going to be very difficult to thaw that ice with where the temperatures are going below zero. Weather begins to change by about 5 o'clock this afternoon in western portions of the state. By 7 p.m., it'll be into the central part of the state, including Louisville and Lexington. Wind chills will be cold enough to prevent a risk of frostbite. Hypothermia is also a concern for anyone caught without a heated shelter. Now, we've requested every county to designate at least one warming center. All of Kentucky's state parks will also be prepared to help those without power or heat. Each park will serve as a backup warming center, he said. Officials will be monitoring the temporary trailer housing that hundreds of eastern Kentucky families are living in after the flooding that had occurred back in the summer. Emergency Management Director said that these trailers have now been switched to larger capacity propane tanks, and we're making periodic checks at the trailer sites. And, of course, he also warned about the dangers of carbon monoxide. In the event that you lose power, do not ever use a generator indoors. Place the generator a safe distance from the home, at least 10 or 15 feet. Use your carbon monoxide detectors and smoke detectors with these sub-zero temperatures. People need to dress in layers. Hypothermia is a real threat. Don't forget your pets and, of course, the livestock, which is also a threat. So there you go. That's Kentucky and a whole bunch of other states. Get ready to hunker down. Time to prepare is rapidly winding down. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I think it was right about this time yesterday morning, Steve, who is now as Florida Steve, we call him. Used to be Nashville Steve, used to be Chicago Steve, who's probably not going to be making it to Chicago as planned this Saturday. Yeah, thanks to Mother Nature and blizzard conditions. He mentioned the fact, Steve, have you seen some of this spending in this omnibus bill? 4,155 pages long, $1.7 trillion. And all this money they're throwing at what they call LGBT projects. All right, they did release the spending bill. The potential government shutdown looming Friday. So just a few days to get through these thousands of pages of taxpayer-funded proposals. Tucked in those thousands of pages of special interest LGBT-themed spending, which includes funding for projects like pride centers and other gender ideology-saturated items. They list some of the items in the bill here. $1.2 million to San Diego Community College for, quote, centers to support LGBT students. Whatever the hell that would be. $1 million for Zora's House in Ohio, which describes itself as a co-working and community space built by and for women and gender-expansive people of color. $3 million for the American LGBTQ Museum in New York City. $1 million for LGBT Special Service Program, part of the VAWA grant funding. $250,000 for Our Lives Matter, a gay rights law archive in Wisconsin. This goes on and on. $105,000 for a mentoring program for LGBT youth in the greater Pittsburgh area. $856,000 for an LGBT center in New York. $523,000 for Compass LGBT Youth and Social Services Programming. $500,000 to create a position for special advisor to advance the human rights of LGBTQIA plus persons. $1.5 million for an LGBT plus community center, a new home project in New York. Another $750,000 for an LGBT gender non-conforming housing in Albany, New York. You know, we found earmarks for diversity, equity, and inclusion projects in addition to the many LGBT-themed projects. $477,000 will go to the Equity Institute in Rhode Island, which allegedly indoctrinates teachers with anti-racism virtual labs. $2 million will go to MLK Labor in Washington. $956,000 for the Equity Incubator at the universities of Shady Grove in Maryland. Just, this is the kind of, crap buried in what is supposed to be a bill to keep the government running. Omnibus, right? Everything gets rolled into one. So it's what they call a must-pass piece of legislation. You have to pass it or the government shuts down, right? Unless they put another extension in there. But that's everybody and their brother rolls in $500,000 here, $1 million there. Yeah, and it has to pass, though. The overall bill must pass. So everybody gets their little piece of the pie. Yeah, as Rand Paul said this past day. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone. Free money for everybody. Compliments of the American taxpayers. Yeah. Yeah, the men and women that actually work for a living in this country. All right, let's take a third try. Eagle, good morning. Are you with us, Eagle? I believe that means no. There's the trifecta. We got it after all. Scarecrow, what's happening?
I just as soon pull over and take a nap myself right now, but we're kind of living the tale of two worlds here this morning, Steve. When I left the home 20 last night, shucks, we had 8 degrees at the not-so-secret bunker there. So I dressed for the part, put the long johns on and the thermal line blue jeans, and kind of wondered why I was rolling the thermostat down on the way down here. Shucks, I got through Madison and was sitting around 2022. I hit Milwaukee. It was 36 over along the lakefront. I'm about 25 miles west of Milwaukee now, heading west. She has dropped to 30 degrees here. And the snow is starting to stick to the road, but we had a pretty decent ride coming down. It was cold enough, so it wasn't sticking. We had good dry road underneath. It was the blowing snow that was the problem. You felt kind of bad about going around the four-wheelers that were already panicking and such, but caught the news last night. The Texas governor, he said, no, nothing to worry, that they've got the electric grid all up and running, and there won't be any issues like they had last time around.
Well, okay, we can.
And
Texas residents can just hope he is correct. I mean, one of the issues I think back in February of last year, I don't know how much they rely on the wind generated power, but remember they had like the freezing rain or the snow had iced all the windmills up, so nothing was spinning. And of course, when you get snow on your solar panels, they don't work because the rays aren't getting to them. So I think they had 0 solar power, and the wind was down to just 5 or 10% or something.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was trial by fire there for certain.
Yeah. Well, Scarecrow, if you can hold that thought, we hit that bottom of the hour news break once again.
USA News Update. Blockbusters like Top Gun Maverick, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Avatar, The Way of Water, and pop stars like Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, and Rihanna just got one step closer to getting Oscar nominations. The Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Science on Wednesday announced short lists in 10 categories for the 95th Oscars, including documentary feature, international film, makeup and hairstyling score, original song, sound, visual effects, and shorts. The launch of a European rocket carrying 2 Earth observation satellites failed and ditched into the sea less than 3 minutes after liftoff from a spaceport in French Guiana on Wednesday. Arianespace, which provided the launch service, said a decrease in pressure was observed in the Vega C rocket's second stage, approximately 2 minutes and 22 seconds after liftoff. The satellites would have been part of a constellation capable of taking images of any point on the globe with a resolution of 30 centimeters. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel sorry for the, travelers in general, people that had plans to head over to grandmother's house for the holidays. Millions plans will be disrupted thanks to Mother Nature. How about the air travelers? Of course, they already started offering waivers. What was it, on Tuesday of this week? Knowing the storm's coming. People just, you got to realize there's not much that the airlines can do, like everyone else. Mother Nature is in control. They can't control the weather. You had a passenger at Miami International Airport that was caught on video. Yeah, going into absolute meltdown mode, throwing computer monitors at gate agents, tossing equipment to the ground. For all your anger, she ends up in jail. What does that benefit you? You had a flight delay. What can they say? 25-year-old woman with her kids flying from Alabama to New York City. They had a layover in Miami. At one point, she couldn't find her kids, who had walked off to use the restroom. Once she noticed the kids weren't with her, she became irate, started screaming, demanding the gate agent find her kids. Tossed the keyboard, ripped the boarding pass reader from the counter. A different video angle shows the woman grabbing a computer monitor, throwing it at the gate agent, striking her in the shoulder. Just crazy. About $10,000 worth of damage by the time it was all said and done. And, of course, now she finds herself being held on a $13,000 bond. Wow. Keep calm. You'll eventually get there. It might be New Year's, but yeah. All right, welcome back, Scarecrow.
Did you tell her to breathe slowly, relax? That poor gal. I guess if I had a couple of kids that went missing too, I might be a little bit
on the panic mode. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that'd be a tough one. Oh, well, looking at our radar for the western Wisconsin, it looks like our snow is about over in about an hour and a half, something like that. And they called it off to about 4 to 8, something like that, 4 to 7. But I see the temps, they'll be starting to tumble now. Looks like we're down about 6 below by mid-afternoon here today now and such. So, but and after that, I guess the winds sound like that'll be the big kicker for everybody, Regarding that, you mentioned that truck that had hit that house in Minnesota here a couple of days ago. That was an accident waiting to happen, and it actually has happened a number of times with four-wheelers and such. It's actually a little community of Hoka, Minnesota. It's only about 8 or 10 minute drive, from La Crosse, and this curve where that house is located, if you're coming east, the road takes a real severe 90-degree left-hand sweep and drops off. It probably drops off 50 feet in about 150-yard stretch. So if there's anything at all on the road surface, if somebody's not familiar with the road and step on the brakes, I can see the front wheels locking up just like that. Mm-hmm. And so whether that driver had been through that stretch of road before or not, it may be. I don't remember if it's posted at 20 miles an hour or it wouldn't be more than 25. But yeah, it's certainly it was going to happen to a truck sooner or later. And as boulder or rocks that they had put in there, I think they were to kind of deflect the four-wheelers that occasionally kiss the house and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But so it just one of these little community streets that but it is what it is. Other than that, Steve, I wish the Christmas blessings on you last night there, not knowing I was going to be out here tonight. And I can double down on that at the moment here. In addition to all the listeners out there in overnight radio land, Christmas blessings upon all of you. In particular, Steve, I've come to know quite a number of the regular callers here. Some we don't hear as often as we'd like to, but someday I will hope to meet up with them on a personal basis. But if I don't get in touch with you guys later on here, well, here's a Merry Christmas to you also and your families and all. And Steve, we'll leave it at that and hope for the best for everyone here, both to make it through this venture in Winter Wonderland and for the coming new year. And we'll leave it up to you to carry us on out the rest of the program.
Very
Merry
good.
Christmas,
As
Steve.
they say, the coldest Christmas in, 40 years for many. Let me see. Norman is on board, checking in from north central Kansas. Already down to -4. Strong winds and snow on top of ice. Got the stove burning. Stay warm there, Norman. -4. Hello to Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. Well, unlike the days of old from Canada through the U.S. and the old Truck and Bozo show, we would call out to every truck we passed on the CB radio, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you and yours, and God bless. Of course, the days of the great CB are almost nil. Everybody be safe out there. Be smart as I prepare to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Only 3 days till Christmas. There you go. 10 days till the new year. God bless. Merry Christmas to each and every one. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Top of the morning from Santa Claus. Hope all's well with you, your family, and the road gang. I've been waiting for some medical appointments after the holidays. Then it's on to hitting the road. Cross country in our new to us RV. We are still planning to base ourselves in Central America at least 6 months out of the year so we can explore countries south of Mexico. Hope all are having a healthy holiday season. This is the third time I'll be calling myself retired, but you never know. The Army/Air Force might call me back again for whatever reason. They might just have an old truck for an old truck driver with a new name on it. As per Caltrans here in California, heavy fog north of Sacramento on I-5 tonight. All right, good to hear from you. Santa Claus, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and safe travels when you get out there in the new to you RV. And, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it. So many people don't realize how quickly gas begins to, they call it go stale, go bad. It doesn't take long, a couple months, and that process begins. Keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years with Sta-Bil storage. That's exactly what it does. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. So, yes, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to order online, I don't mention it enough, you can get 15% off your order by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout via the website goldeagle.com. Overnight Drive at checkout. Save 15% for just being a listener to this program. Well, good morning to the Seeing-Eye Dog. Been a while. What's happening?
Good morning. First thing I'd like to do is wish you a very Merry Christmas to you and your family, your daughter, your grandchildren. Also, Steve out there, Steve Florida, Steve Nashville, Steve Illinois, whatever you want to call yourself.
Yeah.
Sorry you can't be here, but we'll be thinking about you up in Chicago area. I'm north of Effingham, but south of Champaign. It's about 35 degrees. Occasionally there's a light sprinkle of rain, but very light. Also, I'd like to talk about is my company decided for me to let me take tomorrow off because I go from Chicago down past Effingham about 20 minutes because of the weather, which I'm very happy about because it's not just the snow and the ice, but it's the high winds. So if you guys find yourself in that situation, probably better off hunker down somewhere. And if you are out on the road, I'd recommend you picking up some food stocks, like, drinks, snacks, maybe a couple of sandwiches or something to help you get through, because regret is something you do not want. I really enjoy the show, and I will be calling more in the future. And like I said, very, very Merry Christmas to all you out there listening. God love you.
Well, seeing
Bye,
dog,
Steve.
I do believe that NASA jacket that I've been wearing thus far this winter may have to go on a hanger for something a little bit heavier, because it's going to get, we're 25, 30 below wind chills, my goodness.
Did you put the other patches on there?
No, I haven't. They're actually sitting right here next to me. I had the patches I got from Wheelchair Dave. I got to find a place on the jacket to put those.
Yeah, I was looking at it. It's pretty busy already. You might have to go towards the backside.
Right.
You know?
Yep. Right. All right. Very good.
Right.
Well, just like that to you. Merry Christmas as well. And yeah, probably not going to be wanting to be out there driving tomorrow. I mean, just looking at the advice, most of Illinois is under winter storm warning. That entire stretch, of course, from Chicago to Effingham, all going to be in the snow. It's like most of the state is looking for like 2 to 5 inches, according to the forecast models there. But, I mean, it's the winds, though. You're talking 50-mile-an-hour winds pretty much for most of the state through the day on Friday. So you're going to have that blowing snow, the drifting, and continuously blowing over the roadways. It'd be a rough go Friday there. So, enjoy an extra day off for your Christmas weekend, right? Take advantage of that. Yeah, we'll get to 5-7 right after a 2-minute timeout on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I think we talked about it about a week ago when they first introduced the legislation. Should have been done years and years ago. And it's access for truck drivers to restrooms when your chippers, receivers, so many for whatever reason around the country. No, dirty truckers aren't allowed in here. As far as Representative Troy Nehls is concerned, the Truckers Bathroom Access Act is a no-brainer. The new bipartisan bill aims to make sure that truck drivers who keep the nation's supply chain moving have access to a restroom while you're waiting to deliver or pick up a load. Nehls recently spoke to Landline as to why he believes every lawmaker should get on board. The bill simply requires shipper and receiver facilities that have restrooms available to their customers or employees make those same restrooms available to the truck drivers who are delivering or receiving a load. Now, this legislation would not require businesses to construct new restrooms. It's the least America can do for the truck drivers who keep the supply chain moving. When you look at the number of truckers out there, the goods and services that the American drivers deliver every day, it's about time they have the basic right to use a restroom while they're working. It's, again, bipartisan legislation. The next congressional session, Republicans will have a majority, 222 members in the House. Nehls said this bill, he believes every member of Congress will actually get behind this. Yeah, I would think so, all right? All right, 5-7. Yes, sir. What's happening?
Oh, yeah, I just want to come back. Sometimes, drivers oftentimes get handed a bucket of you-know-what, and he has to make a decision for the best choice. Well, for that driver, whether he was moving across the track or sitting there, he still, according to our railroader that called in, is still going to be faced with a felony charge because the train had it right away, no matter what. So, what, do I get out and I read the blue sign? Yeah, you stop and you get on there with the blue sign if you know you can't get your rig from the railroad track to the guiding arms to the light. If you can't fit in there and your pilot car has left you, or even, your pilot car's sitting there blocking you out, you call and you clear that. Now, while you're calling them, you get a cop stop, give you a ticket for impeding traffic. Well, that last I heard, impeding traffic is not a felony. And most cops, if you explain what you're trying to do, you can clearly say, sir, could you block that traffic so I don't end up killing a couple of railroaders and having you out here past your quitting time directing traffic and writing up body bags, I'm pretty sure they'll get out there and they will get you through that. Maybe I just got too many cops in my family.
Time is the issue. I mean, the truck comes up on the railroad crossing. All right, the railroad crossing bars are up. There's no flashing lights. He goes across. Now, how long is the typical traffic light? Is it a minute or something? A minute and a half? That's a lengthy light normally. I mean, he wouldn't have had time once he got stopped by the car in front of the red light to get out and even get to that blue sign and dial the number. You couldn't do that in 60 seconds.
No, I'm talking about calling before you can get across there. Don't put yourself in that position. The whole idea is, boom, you see you can't make it, you stop, put your flashers on, then you call before you get under there. And that way, at least they can tell you whether or not they have an engine going through there, in 20 minutes, 15. And everything's good. Nobody gets hurt, and you don't get a felony because now that driver, if he gets charged, just think if the cop gives him impeding traffic, drives off, he gives you a ticket. Well, that cop now puts himself in a situation where a man of authority told you to go and you get stopped or impede traffic. Now you got two possibly facing a felony. I'm pretty sure the cop would guide you or block that traffic, get you through there. Like I said, most cops I know are going to be there for you. But the thing is, now that you've got a felony, because that bad decision, whether you were moving or not, what does a felony do to you? Your guns, where you can get a job anywhere, driving a truck.
Yeah.
It's worth it to stop, block traffic, turn your flashers on, go use that blue sign, cover yourself. And if you do get impeding traffic, everything's fine, you make it through,
and you could take it to court, show them a picture of your rig, and show them the distance. And the safest option you had was to use that. And, you know, so you could choose a felony or you could choose a whatever. Even if he was shoving a car out of the way, even that isn't a felony if he could have got that thing across there.
Yeah,
but,
sounds like that's what he needed to do. You got the car in front of you. It sounds like you needed to push him through the damn intersection.
Well, like I said, we got a lot of those down here, and I've hauled from time to time loads. You know what our pine logs, they stick way out the back. So we got to watch for this stuff all the time. And if I don't have enough space to pull my whole rig in there, buddy, I'm not going in there. Even if a car jumps around you while you're waiting on this side of the guide arms, I'm going to wait until that car gets out of the way. And then once I get in there, I do what you call that rolling stop, because several of them comes up from your left side, and I have to jack it around there and look around the stack to see if any traffic's coming, and I'm out of there. So I stay away from your railroad tracks, because down here they do have what you call ham tracks. And my God, if you cause anything there, you can talk about involuntary manslaughter for multiple lives. You know, them things don't look like much more than a bunch of eggs.
Right.
But you've seen how them things bust apart.
There you go.
But above all, any of you guys that are getting sent out in the snow up around Chicago right now, I think, and you called them and said it's bad up there. Can you delay this? I think you're going to find out what kind of company you're working for. You know, do they care about you getting home to your family, or care about your safety? So,
or their equipment, for that matter. How much equipment you want out there stuck or blown over, and ultimately out there in 30 below temperatures. All right, final moments here. Of course, coming back at the midnight hour, we'll kick off our Friday edition, our final episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here for the year of 2022. We will have, of course, all the latest, what's going on as far as our bomb cyclone, which I don't know if has it undergone the process, or is it in the process of, deepening as expected throughout the day today, but we'll have all the latest. And, of course, after our weather segment, we will be joined. Big Ed's going to have his niece, Ashley Earhart, will join us. Yeah, the Miss Oklahoma, who competed in the Miss USA pageant here a few months ago. Discussed the ins and outs, the goods, the bads, and all that good stuff. Hope you'll join us again at the midnight hour tonight for the Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I